my purpose again. It's been hard to keep my composure, and I really wanted to be over. In a sense, in summer rays, we come back swinging. It all comes crashing down on us. Stand your ground. Faith is something that is really hard to find. So take it on yourself and keep your head up straight. Brighter as we come, so you better be prepared when it all comes crashing down on us. Crashing down. Vision is clouded. It feels like we've been aging faster. I feel so secluded. I really wish that things got better. It's been hard to keep my composure, and I really wanted to be over. In a sense, in summer rays, we come back swinging. When it all comes crashing down on us. Stand your ground. Faith is something that is really hard to find. So take it on yourself and keep your head up straight. Brighter as we come, so you better be prepared.
pals and non-binary pals, and welcome back to this week's broadcast, the Esports Tower Rumble in Rocket League. We're broadcasting it from the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena, and it's time for our week 3 of our spring Rocket League Rumble. This is the Fennec bracket, and it's once again filled with stacked teams. Who's going to come out on top this week? Well, you'll have to wait and find out, just like we casters on the desk will. And your casters today are myself, Artie, Nerdy Bird Rain, as your host, and joining me to call all of the action is Joe Tacky Chigbrow. All right, so this is the Fennec Cup, and I mean, like, as I just said, it's pretty stacked. However, we've been asking for some things to be improved over the recent weeks, and what in particular are you hoping, like, if there's one thing you want to really see, and I'm going to take away the midfield control. That is not allowed to be mentioned.
I think the midfield control has definitely gotten a lot better, so I'm not going...
Okay.
I'm bringing you that up to say mostly that that's not my big worry. My big worry is kind of the aggression of the third man. I think the third man is something that's kind of holding a lot of teams back. They got this really powerful aggression to them. But like you pointed out a lot in the past weeks, how there's a lot of just boomers downfield that turn into goals and just weird whiffs and stuff. And I think that mostly comes from the third man not playing as that worst case scenario kind of situation where you are just there to make sure that you don't get scored on and let your first two people in rotation make that aggression happen.
All right, well, just some quick notes for everyone that's going to be watching. This is actually a little bit different than how we have things because we have some new teams making an appearance. This is our standard Rocket League Rumble, and each week we feature 2 brackets. The Octane bracket and the Fennec bracket are this week. Our Fennec bracket actually features 3 brand new teams, and that is the Swerve, the Hammerheads, and the Gators. So I'm trying to not put pressure on them. That's why I said things are be a little bit different for us, and these are all best of 5 games. So make sure your stamina is up where it needs to be. This is how our Rocket League Rumble works out. It's 3v3 soccer in quotation marks, best of 5, single elimination, and golden goal anxiety-induced situations and sudden death. Overtime. Let's hope we don't see any of those, but if we do, I'm a little torn between I want them to go really long or I want them to be very fast, depending on what game number we are in per match. All right, so this week, as we mentioned, this is the Octane bracket, and we have the Lions, the Barracudas, the Swerve, the Hammerheads, Vipers, Gators, and Spiders coming in. As a reminder to all of our viewers who are on Twitch for this evening, we'd want you to remember to support your team, celebrate success, and be respectful to the other fans. Mods remove anyone who violate these chat rules. So those are our keys to the game for our viewers, but our keys to the game for Rocket League are today presented by the one and only Doc Haskell.
All right, we've got some keys to the game for you here in Rocket League. Create mistakes. As Joe was talking, if there are people that are third man especially just being, then they're giving you the mistakes to play with here. Punish those overcommits, especially like Joe said, the third man. Play walls better. Know where you're hitting it off the walls, send it, and of course, demo to create chaos. Love the chaos. Back to you.
Thank you, Doc. Doc's keys to the game are presented by Esports Tower, where you can score pro advice at esportstower.com. Improve your game sense and improve your team play and improve your performance under pressure. You'll get matched with great players and professional coaches to help you rank up. All right, so those are Doc's keys that he definitely was making a lot of callbacks to. I feel like we might need to upgrade these to Doc and Tacky's keys at some point. That's just my personal opinion, but, you know, you've got a lot of experience on desk. Why not up the game a little bit and make Doc have to, you know, keep amping those up. All right, so our first game of the day is actually going to be the Swerve versus the Hammerheads. So the Swerve are making a return. The Hammerheads are a new face for us this evening. I'm interested to see who's on this team because, as you've probably noticed, a lot of the times we get rosters that are pretty familiar to us, but half the time they're brand new players. So we'll have to wait and see. Swerve and Hammerheads, this is our first game of the series for the Fennec bracket.
Yeah, and I definitely have to agree with what you were saying earlier. This is definitely a stacked bracket. So for teams that are either new rosters altogether, like Hammerhead, or with new players entirely, I have to wonder whether or not they're coming out with all this incredible talent or if they're going to be a little bit thrown through a loop because the Esports Towers players are nothing to laugh about.
Well, we've got Still Sick of TV, I believe is their full name. Yes. Still Sick of TV gets the first goal of this game. And looking at these names, we actually have Cran making a return. And they are, I believe, our only possibly Kid Scrub, but I'm not quite positive. But I believe those are the only possible 2 returners, definitely Cran. The rest are all brand new faces, so welcome to the family to all of our new players this evening. So far, things are looking pretty strong. He who scores first typically is our winner of the series. We'll have to see if that holds true for the Swerve.
Definitely that early consistency on the passing play from the Swerves is a big contender as to why they've been able to hold offense for them for so long in this game. And right there, another good passing play, kind of opened up by a Hammerhead's whiff, but you have to hand it to the Swerve. They're doing a good job of finding each other and just playing clean, tight Rocket League right now.
And off the 50-50, off the backboard, let's see if there's a follow-up. There is. It's a little bit late, though, as we did have Kid get into that passing lane right away, trying to take away the opportunity. Still, it is in the back third. They finally managed to dig it out. We've got Splur. I'm Splur. We're going to go with that. If it's wrong, please let me know in Twitch chat, and our production staff will inform me. Does manage to find the clear, but it's not going to stay out of that back third very long. Another shot on goal is going to get turned away, but it was a double commit from both sides. So we'll see who ends up getting punished as Cran's bringing it off the wall to center it up to a teammate, but it looks like the rotations were just not there.
Already really impressed by this Swerve offense, not just because of how they've been able to develop goals, but how they've put so much trust in Cran a number of times, but their third man especially, just to make the plays that they need so that they can safely play aggressive on the offensive end. And right here, this is a perfect example of Swerve having 100% faith in their back line, and so they can commit two players to a weird 50-50 to find the back of the net.
Let's see if that trend continues. I mean, I understand having faith in one another, committing two on a 50-50. I'm just really hoping that, there you go, that third man doesn't push too far forward on those goal-scoring opportunities. Cran having to rotate back very quickly now does manage to get that ball before it even crosses into that goal box area. Now bringing it off the wall, dunking it down to a teammate, popped off the hood, goes into the back of the net, and that was still sick of TV, finding goal number 3 for the Swerve.
The offensive confidence from the Swerve is super impressive to watch. We did almost have a very bad moment develop there from a weird kind of last man commit that didn't need to happen at all, but they definitely recovered well, and Cran ended up being able to get back in the way again.
Got still sick of TV coming in, playing it off the backboard to Cran. There was enough of a disruption from Zevrik to get the ball and get a slight clear with the help of I'm Splur. Now with Kid finally finding that third connecting touch, it does cross into the back third of the Swerve side of the field, but the pressure does not seem like it's there. Cran plays it around one, leaves it for Still Sick of TV, taking it, but they get taken out in the process. Sketch goes for the shot on goal, just a little bit wide, hitting that corner area. Now Still Sick of TV trying to rotate back as Cran does respawn, now popping it up over 2, over 3, off the corner, centers it up to Sketch. Sketch shot on goal will be a little bit too high. That fourth man you can always count on being there and present in the form of the crossbar.
A couple double commits from the Swerve. Pretty well recovered right now, but Hammerhead not doing a great job of pouncing on those opportunities as early as they maybe could. But for sure, this offense from the Swerve is super impressive so far. Their ability to find each other using these great midfield passes and getting creative. It's just really impressive to watch how well offense has developed at Esports Tower.
That, again, though, was a 3-man commit on an offensive goal opportunity, something to be careful of. And it's for anyone that's watching, our Fennec Cup is one of our higher-ranked cup opportunities. And so these are teams that are definitely well-rounded and gifted, and they are looking to go the distance and move up into our higher brackets here. And if they're wanting to do that, they really got to be careful on these overcommits. We have top teams that do that as well, such as the Eagles, who actually end up having that come back to bite them a little bit because those overcommits, when they are saved, result in someone turning around and punishing that because the third man is not back at the back post fast enough. And let's hope we see that clean up a little bit more as we move forward.
Definitely have to look out for that. Clean Rocket League kind of got thrown out the window after the first couple minutes, it felt like. There was some good passing to begin with, but a great shot from the Swerve there. And at this point, with 5-0 up, you have to argue that maybe the Hammerheads aren't punishing this craziness enough.
Well, it's also important to remember that this is the Hammerhead spring debut with brand new roster. They say that they're a really strong, individually talented team, and over the weeks they're going to be, working on their cohesion as a unit. And when it comes to being brand new, sometimes it makes you quake in your boots a little bit, and it can make things a little bit difficult. You don't have that team camaraderie. However, the Swerve coming in here, they have the one player that I mentioned earlier that is a returner for the Rocket League Rumble, and that's Cran. They're extremely gifted. They've been here for a very long time. And honestly, having someone who's confident in themselves to be that in-game lead can be a huge difference maker. So hopefully someone takes the reins for the sides of the Hammerheads here and says, just for this second match, let me be the in-game lead to see if that makes a difference. Because this first one, honestly, I'm sure you'll agree with me on this one, it's a GG go next.
Oh, absolutely. 8-0 with 20 seconds left. I think 8-0 at any given point in the game is probably a GG go next most of the time. But I have to point out, if we look at our stats on the side, 8 goals scored for the Swerve, but 6 of them assisted by Cran, not to mention that he has been their midfield third man almost all game. I have to hand it to him. He's playing an excellent game of team support play.
It's important to have a facilitator like that. You don't have to be the flashiest nor the highest scoring player on the team. It's just how well you can mesh into the other 2 people that are there. And that is definitely coming through in spades for Cran. They're a very gifted individual, but this entire roster for both sides is extremely gifted. And they have at least 2 more, possibly 4 more games to show us just how gifted they are when it comes to Rocket League. As I mentioned earlier, this is a best of 5. And one of the standard practices, at least we've found here, is that game 1 tends to be rough no matter what. It's very rarely very equal. And typically the next game is a lot more evenly matched. Even if the Hammerheads still struggle, it's going to be much closer than that first one.
Yeah, I think that's pretty routine for Esports Towers teams at this point, is they like to get the first game out of the way, just as a feel it out, get warmed up to who we're playing against, and develop strategies from there that we can use and abuse for the next game.
Yes, they tend to be a little bit calm, cold, and calculated a little bit too much in my opinion, because that's just how Rocket League ends up working out. We're going to jump into our second game between the Swerve and the Hammerheads to see who comes out on top. Will the Swerve end up putting themselves at match point, or are we going to end up seeing a awkward, it's complicated, tied one aside after the second game of the series?
Yeah, and for this particular game, I'm definitely looking for a little bit more, not necessarily caution on the side of the Swerve, but definitely a lot more put together offense and defense, because it felt like they were able to convert a lot of goals and punish a lot of Hammerhead mistakes. But there was definitely a lot of opportunities that the Hammerheads almost just gave up, that the Swerve almost handed them to begin with anyway. So I'm definitely excited to see if any changes are made to make the game a little bit more cleaner and maybe force the Swerve to react a little bit more.
I definitely agree with you. It felt like the Hammerheads were not fully committing on goal scoring opportunities. Rather, they would just rather play safe than try and take that opportunity for themselves. And some of that does come down to not having as much time with your team and knowing that, like, when you go for that goal scoring opportunity, is there going to be a follow-up? Is someone going to be at that, midfield stripe ready for the backup? And it does look like, wait, do we have a single team Swerve roll 1 happening in the corner? We do. Oh, that is uncomfortable. We have 2 players, both from the Swerve, rule 1 over in the corner. Let's see what ends up happening because of this. So that means it is just Still Sick of TV on the field going into 3 from the Hammerheads. That's got to make a difference here. After this first goal is scored for the Hammerheads, I'm sure that things will clear up a little bit. But for now, I think the Swerve are just going to leave their teammates stuck in the rule 1.
I feel the need to point out that in that situation, especially right there, Hammerheads almost just got scored on. Like, I don't know. This is kind of unexcusable for me. You have 3 people. Send someone to go demo Still Sick of CV and get out of this situation, because this is a 1v3. This should not be close at all. You have to just remove Still Sick of TV, get rid of him, and score the open net and move on. The fact that they haven't scored at all yet is kind of ridiculous.
Still Sick of TV decided to finally break the rule 1. They were playing around it a little bit, trying to not do it, but it inevitably, it looks like Cran and it looks like Sketcher actually forcing it back again, trying to make sure one of the Hammerheads players is the one to break the rule 1 as opposed to one of their teammates. We'll have to see how long this lasts. They are locked right in front of the goal. They will not move until someone else from the Hammerheads decides to break them apart. I am with Taki on this one. Hammerheads, you just need to take that one player out and open the field completely. Your passes are connecting, but the field control is just not in your favor right now.
Yeah, and for the Swerve, like at that point, that going back into the second rule 1, that's kind of BM. So I'm glad we're done with that now. But yeah, I can't not ring the Hammerhead's bell on this one. You had such an easy opportunity for a goal for so long there, and there was almost no pressure put on the back of the Swerve net.
Yeah, that was roughly, I want to say 2 minutes. I could be corrected by our prod staff if they're able to, of a 3v1 in favor of the Hammerheads, and nothing happened. We'll have to see if they clean that up. Even if the Swerve do put themselves at match point after this game, there is still 1 more left for the Hammerheads to start bringing this one back, but they definitely need to clean things up. They are all bunched up in one location right now. That's not something you want to see. You need to be having field control, not just being corralled into one spot, even if the ball is right there. Only one person really has ball control in that situation, so all 3 of you in one spot is kind of pointless, and you are wasting valuable resources.
I definitely have to agree there, and it just, like you pointed out before, it kind of feels like the Hammerheads aren't totally committed to plays yet. they go up for something and then maybe they try to fake it because they're not sure of the play, or they don't know where their teammates are, or they're not playing the aggressive kind of play style you need to play when you're in a 1v3. It just feels like they're not comfortable enough in their own skin as a team to punish this Swerve offense, or defense for that matter.
They've got 90 seconds left on the clock to score 1 goal and bring us to an overtime or 2. That's 45 seconds per goal. It's doable, but they can't let any more go in. And with these cross-match shots coming out from the Swerve, they are easily stoppable, but they also just need to capitalize on how spread out the Swerve is. And as I'm saying that, we've got still Sika TV coming in and finding goal number 2 for the Swerve with 1:16 on the clock.
Definitely disaster for the Hammerheads. They had an opportunity to tie it up and maybe even score 1 more if Swerve were continuing to BM a little bit like that, but I have to say, like, the Swerve, I can't say they didn't earn it to some extent still. I mean, simply scoring more does show a sign that you're more punishing of these mistakes than the Hammerheads have been all series so far. And that is a...
Is that going? Yes, that does unfortunately look like that was a Zevrik's own goal, trying to center it to a teammate or possibly dunk it down to someone, resulting in it just bouncing in the wrong direction. You really got to be careful on those pass backs, and if your rotations and communication are not solid, going for a pass back is just not something I would suggest doing. I think, Taki, you could probably agree with me on that one.
I don't know. It was hard for me to tell that it was even a pass back because there was just no one. He saw that there was no one there, and he hit it that direction anyway. Almost seemed like either a panic or intentional at that point.
And we do finally have the Hammerheads connecting into the back of the net with their first goal. They've got 30 seconds left on the clock to score 2 more. That does mean one of them is going to have to get it here off the kickoff almost. But we've got still Sika TV managing to get the better of the touch with very little pressure on them. Teammate comes in to play it out of the corner. Now we have Cran as well as, I believe, I'm Splur, both elevate, and Cran gets the better touch. It's now back on the back third, the side of the ET Sour Swerve. A double commit does find its way out. Cran, it looks like, is returning the favor for that own goal to allow the Hammerheads to be up to 2, Swerve to 3. Now with that, we are 1 goal away from overtime. We'll see what happens. We have I'm Spur hitting the ball, but it goes right into the back third of the Swerve side of the field where it's immediately abandoned by the Hammerheads players. So that opportunity for a goal to open up looks like it's taken away. We have no time left on the clock. Zevrik looking for a goal. I'm Spur does manage to connect it off the ground, off the tee off. So now we are in golden goal situation here between the Hammerheads and the Swerve with no time left on the clock. It is up to whomever scores the first goal that will walk away with the Game 2 win.
Yeah, and it looks like a lot of friendly shenanigans going on between the two teams right now. A lot of own goals, a lot of playing for the other team going on. Maybe just trying to have a little bit more fun with it, go to that overtime, make it a little bit more stressful. But hopefully we get back to normal Rocket League here pretty soon because we're all still here to learn. We're not learning if we're not playing the game correctly.
It does look like Sketch is not giving up on playing that. It's still playing the base fundamental Rocket League here. They opened up the field, got the ball into the back third on the side of the Hammerheads, but now it's just ping-ponging around a little bit. We've got Cran getting taken out by I'm Splur. I'm Splur is going to find the first goal, and that is going to mean that the Hammerheads walk away with the Game 2 victory.
Definitely a weird game for sure, but Hammerheads did score.
I'm just going to say it didn't happen. We're at the it's complicated tied one aside now. We are now basically at a best-of-3 series. No one is at match point, so that game didn't happen. The first game didn't happen. It's okay.
First 2 were warm-ups. We don't need to think about it. Whatever shenanigans happened last game, the craziness, I don't remember it. Do you remember it?
No.
All right.
And Esports Tower players, we're looking at you. Please don't do that again.
Please.
All right, we're about to jump into our Game 3 between the Hammerheads and the Swerve. We'll have to see how this shakes out. As I mentioned, we are now at the situation where it is a best-of-3 series. So this first game will basically set the pace and the tone for everything. If I were to honestly place money on this, and I could place a lot of bread, a lot of gluten on this one, I do feel like if the Swerve play this cleanly, it's going to be a quick 2-0 and done. But let's see if the Hammerheads can start swimming their way out of the deep waters just yet.
Yeah, they definitely have their work cut out for them here, and I think it's definitely possible for them to make this turnaround. I feel like maybe the Swerve are playing with too much confidence after that last game. Playing a lot for the other team is kind of weird and might throw off the vibe a little bit, but we'll have to see.
First kickoff goes in favor of Cran, but Kid does manage to get a touch on it, but unfortunately for them, still Sika TV gets in there for a moment, stealing the ball away. Ball on the back there to the Swerve. Now Sketch trying to crawl it up the back wall, plays it around Kid. Can they play it around Zevrix? They can, and unfortunately, Zev just did not use up their boost. I'm Splur waiting in the back of that goal, kind of putting themselves in an awkward position, but that crossbar comes in clutch for one moment, but not being prepared for the second touch. Still Sick of TV finds goal number 1 for the Swerve.
A punished mistake by the Swerve. Just Hammerhead's not able to quite make contact with the touch off the wall and easily pounced on by Swerve. And I think the big thing that the Hammerheads have to think about right now is just playing consistent Rocket League, because I think the thing that's plaguing them the most is all these random whiffs that are happening, which just relieves so much pressure from the Swerve and make it feel like they have so much less to worry about when they make their own mistakes, because the Hammerheads just aren't finding contact all the time. They're not threatening all the time.
Sometimes just being there and being oppressive is can take away attention, and I feel like this applies to a lot of esports. Attention is a resource, and when you're forcing someone to have to pay attention to you, it means they're not going to be focused on as much as they could be doing other things. So just being there and being in a situation where you could have someone pass you, you could find a goal, can be an opportunity to open up the field more for your side. We do currently have the Swerve sitting at 2 goals, and the Imsplur tries to go for 1 for the Hammerheads, immediately taken away by Cran. Flat on the ground is a pretty easy block, especially at the speed it was going.
Yeah, and that second goal was just case in point of what I was just saying. 2 devastating lifts from the Hammerheads lead to an easy goal from the Swerve, and what you were saying, attention as a resource, is absolutely the truth. The fact that the Swerve don't really have to pay attention to this Hammerhead defense too often because they're not making contact enough is a big contributor to why they're able to play so confidently to begin with.
You got Sketch now elevating, bringing the ball over Serix. Now Imsplur does get a block on it, but an awkward pinball action does happen. So now the Swerve, I believe, are up to goal number 3 for themselves. We still have 3 minutes 9 seconds. So that's a minute and 3 seconds per goal. Hammerheads can still bring this one back.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree there. The Sketch, another triple commit. It feels like they're very committed to these backboard touches. All 3 of them want to find the back of the net, so.
I will be honest, Imsplur actually has gotten themselves quite close to the goal for quite a few times. It's just they need follow-up from someone who is comfortable waiting at the back third, in all honesty here, to facilitate and follow up on their goal-scoring opportunities, so it's not just Imsplur doing a 1v1 or a 1v2.
And right now, it really feels like the Swerve are finding their stride. Lots of offense played for them. It feels like the side control this game has definitely had to be close to 60% for the Swerve in favor of them. And I really like to see how the Swerve is going for these more fancy plays and just feeling themselves out in this game.
We've got Kid making a great clear going into the back third. Sketch tries to play it around. They do, and they send it to Cran. Cran with very little pressure on them, brings it in front of the goal, leaves it for Sick of TV as Cran gets taken out. Things will calm down a little bit here, but it's now up to the Hammerheads with this 3v2 to find this ball, dig it out of the back third. Imsplur does manage to do that. They have the opportunity to pass it to a teammate, but they push it too far forward from Kid Scrub to find that touch on the ball. Now Cran centering it up for Sketch. Ball does get saved by Kid Scrub.
Oh, and a little bit of a bump in the midfield there. It feels like the aggression is felt for all 3 of them right now, as all 3 of them have moved up and going through these triple commits and crazy bump plays, but definitely not punished yet by the Hammerheads.
I'm Sick of TV, plays it off the wall, trying to leave it to Cran. Can't quite do it though, so the ball goes all the way across. Cran still is the first one to get a touch on it though. Awkward nosedive onto the ball that does bounce up, allowing Sketch to come in and find goal number 5 for the Esports Tower Swerve. They've got just under 90 seconds left on the clock. As I mentioned earlier, this is basically a best of 3 situation. Swerve are currently up by have 1, Hammerheads have 1. Swerve looking to put themselves at match point.
Yes, so the Swerve definitely are getting all 3 players committed in these plays, but the thing that really sticks out to me is even though they're committing the 3rd man to these goals right now, it's coming down to the fact that the pressure developed by the first 2 players just forces Hammerheads to part the Red Seas, dare I say.
That is a term I definitely never thought I would hear when it came to Rocket League, so congratulations on working that reference into here. We have a shot on goal. I'm going to be honest with you, still Sick of TV. I don't know how that went in, and you're lucky we don't have replays happening here.
Yeah, definitely have to agree there. Pretty wild 3rd game we're having here.
Another shot on goal. It's just going to sail right through for Sick of TV. We've got 42 seconds left on the clock. The Esports Tower Swerves are just putting in a lot of goals now, trying to make this gap harder and harder for the Hammerheads to overcome.
A great air dribble attempt by Still Sick of TV, and he moves down the field, creating so much pressure. And now it's up to Sketch, and he finds the back of the net.
Kickoff. We've got Kid Scrub and Zevrix, unfortunately, both double commit. And they cannot find the opportunity to get a touch on the ball. Now we've got Sketch looking for an opportunity to get a touch on it. Kid Scrub's going to go for a shot, but it's going to be a little bit too wide up the goal as we're ticking down past that 6-second mark. Now it looks like this is yet another GG go next to the Hammerheads. That's okay. As I mentioned, this is still a best-of-5 series. Swerve are putting themselves at match point. Hammerheads can still bring it back and bring us all, but they will have to bring us all the way to a Game 5, and for a brand new roster, that can be very difficult to sustain for that many games in a row. But, you know, I've seen teams do it in the past, so I haven't given up hope just yet. If you were to give any advice to the Hammerheads other than GG go next, what would it be?
I mean, I say this every time, but I'm running out of ideas to give them. You have to take a deep breath, recalculate, and I think for this next game, you really have to think about playing a little bit more confidently on defense, going for things a little bit earlier than we are right now, because you're putting yourselves in these weird situations where it's a little bit harder to hit the ball because you're not quite there yet already, so you're kind of having to play more reactionary than you should. Run into this next game like they're trapped in there with you. Like you own the field, like you won the last couple games anyway.
You're trapped in here with me now. All right, we'll have to see if the Hammerheads actually start smelling blood in the water and able to start pulling this one back for themselves. If they do win out this game, that guarantees us a Game 4. However, as I mentioned, the Swerve are at match point now, looking to close this one out with a 3-1 victory for them. Oh, never mind. Yes, we will be seeing in Game 4. This is Game 4. I can do math sometimes with the Swerve finding goal number 1 in 9 seconds for themselves.
Already a great goal so far for, I believe, Sketch, putting a lot of pressure on the back of the net there, and just barely the Hammerheads aren't quite able to get in the way. Offense, offense, offense has been the name of this Swerve team all series so far.
Right now, though, it does look like we've got Cran and Sketch colliding with one another here. Still Sick of TV is going to force the ball into the corner, looking to play around Zevrix, but they cannot find it. Zevrix get a shot on goal. Can Kid follow up in time? No, they do not have enough boost. One of those things that are crucial is that boost management. Let's see if they decide to rotate and get some. We've got Still Sick of TV trying to put pressure on Zevrix. Pushing forward now, has an opportunity, but it's taken away by a teammate. Imspur is there for a follow-up touch. Still Sick of TV is putting pressure onto Kid Scrub. Let's see if someone is going to manage to take them out of the play here for a few minutes, as we have Cran and I do believe Sketch both stuck in yet another Rule 1 ball pushed into the corner with I'm Splur, taking the ball away from I'm Sick of TV. Kid Scrub's going to try and pop it up. They cannot get it over, but I'm Splur might be able to get a touch on it before Sick of TV does. All three members right now, the Hammerheads bunched up in front of the goal. It's time for these triangle rotations to start coming out so this ball can get dug into the back corner on the back third of the Swerve side of the field. Still Sick of TV trying to find their opportunity to get this off of the wall. It's dug down to I'm Splur from Zevrix. Now all three members of the Hammerheads are yet again bunched up, but on the side of the Swerve side of the field, so they're making progress, but they need to spread out. One of the important things with Rocket League is remembering triangle rotations. Those are huge. It allows you to get boost. It allows you to ensure there's someone at the back third, and there's two people pushing forward at a time. We have I'm Splur and Kid Scrub working together right now. Can they get it past I'm Sick of TV? They cannot. Sick of TV reads it well in mid-flight. Center of the goal. Got to look for those shots on goal into the upper corners. A lot harder to block or go for the forcing defender out of position, take a shot on the goal first, and then follow up with a secondary touch that's difficult to pull off right now as the Hammerheads are struggling with their rotation timings, but as time goes on, that's something they can definitely improve on. Right now, we've got I'm Splur ducking the ball down to Sick of TV in the corner. Cran and Sketch have finally broken out of their Rule 1. And now Sketch has the ball in the back third.
We're looking at another really close game from the Hammerheads and the Swerve here, and it really feels like the Swerve have found a way to punish the Hammerheads over and over.
It does end up being like that sometimes, but the only thing you can do is a GG go next in these situations. However, only being down by 1 means that they cannot give up hope just yet. We've got Zevrix now looking for another goal-scoring opportunity. It looks like they're definitely struggling to find that connecting second or tertiary pass when it comes to the Hammerhead shot on goal, but they have 2 minutes to figure that one out as they're only down by 1. I'm Sport goes forward, takes a shot on goal, immediately turned away by Still Sick of TV.
Definitely one of the closest games we've had so far, with only a 1-0 lead for the Swerve. And I have to wonder if some adjustments are being made by the Hammerheads mid-game, or if there's a new game plan altogether. But for right now, it feels like they're definitely finally getting a grasp on what's being punished.
Ball is still spending a lot of time on the back third Swerve side of the field. They're looking to try and find an opportunity to dig it out. Still Sick TV almost does, but playing it on the ground unless Kid Scrub to immediately come in. Pop the ball high. Sketch is trying to be there to follow it up and maintain possession. Zevrix finds this opportunity to save that shot on goal. It's in the corner. Cran is slowing down a little bit too much, too many touches, but still Sick TV managed to come in and be their saving grace, finding goal number 2 for the Swerve with 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock.
So much time left. I wonder if anything will be able to turn around here for the Hammerheads, or if they'll have to force some kind of overtime.
They can look and find that opportunity. We got Still Sick TV getting taken out. Now I'm Splurge getting, oh, never mind, that was I'm Sick TV. Cran was taken out. Splurge and TV were pushing each other around. Got I'm Splur now trying to get this ball from Zevrix. Zevrix gets an unfortunate back pass, though, just like earlier. You got to be careful. Passing back when you're not positive on your team's rotations or their location is a very risky situation to be in. Now the Swerve are up by 3. We'll see if they actually do a return favor onto that own goal and allow the Hammerheads to get one for themselves, because this is something we saw earlier in the evening, that the Swerve graciously returned that goal back to the Hammerheads because of the accidental own goal situation. We'll have to wait and see, though. Ball is still in the back there, the Swerve side of the field. I'm Splur looking to try and center it up off that back wall. Doesn't quite have the speed it needs, but finally a secondary follow-up touch. The Hammerheads find goal number 1 for themselves. I want to see more of that shot on goal with a follow-up touch from a teammate, but making sure that that teammate is not the one who should be rotating to the back post.
And now the Hammerheads are put into a position where there's definitely a possibility of finding that overtime situation, but it's going to take a miracle with only 15 seconds-ish left on the clock. They need 2 more in order to make this game anywhere near close. And, oh, that might be just the kind of mistake they need to punish here to make it to overtime.
Now with 9 seconds left on the clock, we've got Cran doing a back pass to Still Sicko TV. Cran tried to get another touch on it, but they were just at an awkward angle. And now actually we are having some technical difficulties, so we are going to jump ahead to game 5. So actually what ended up happening in that game is the Hammerheads did manage to bring it back. They tied it up, and then they won again in overtime. So it seems like their haymaker is making sure that they can get to the OT and then just scoring the golden goal. The sit and wait game can be kind of risky to be playing, though. Let's see if that's what their plan is for game number 5. The next 5 minutes will end up telling. However, this could be the opportunity for the Swerve to just take that score line and run away with it. Well, I honestly think we should just jump right in. What do you think?
Definitely agree.
All right, let's take a look at game number 5 and see how this one shakes out.
So coming into game 5, after we've seen what we've seen so far, those kind of weird first games followed by those kind of weird overtimes, what would you think they need to be talking about in order to make the changes and make game 5 work for the Hammerheads?
I feel like instead of focusing on what went wrong, it's what went right in this type of situation, and that is our goals that went in, except for the few that were kind of just gifted to us, were situations where there was that follow-up touch. How do we make that happen? And honestly, as I was mentioning earlier, it's having those solid rotations, making sure you're using the geometry of the field itself. You can be moving in a triangle allowing you to get boost, rotate forward, having 2 people very close to one another, but still maintaining distance and field control in that essence. And it facilitates follow-up opportunities while ensuring someone is at the mid or the back post. So that is what I feel like the Hammerheads really need to be focusing on here.
Definitely an astute observation, and I'd have to agree that definitely the thing for them to be focusing on right now is finding a way to find each other with their touches, not just throwing it downfield without any purpose. And it seems so far that it's an 0-0 scoreline, that the Hammerheads and the Swerve are kind of at an impasse, and maybe, almost goal for the Hammerheads. Maybe the Hammerheads are able to turn this around and take this whole series.
If they are, then the gods of the game have shined down onto you guys, and you finally started clicking near the end of each of these series. It's just, next time start doing it in the very beginning, please, because it is anxiety-inducing for those of us on desk. We have Still Sicko TV going for a shot on goal. The follow-up touch from Sketch that cannot be taken out by Kid. Kid was just too far into the back of that goal. I understand wanting to be in the defensive position, but you cannot be behind the goal line. Ball crosses it completely, it's a goal, and if you're completely past it, odds are the ball will be too. So that comes down to fixing that positioning in the future. We'll see how that shakes out as Swerve up by 1. We've got 3 minutes, 38 seconds on the clock.
Oh, and an open net developed by a 50-50 and a quick takeaway by the Swerve. And they're so close together, it looks almost like a double commit, but they definitely planned on using that 50-50 to cut around. Very impressive play by the Swerve.
Sicko TV is going to pop the ball up, and it does look like a teammate's going to allow it to go off the backboard. The rebound opportunity just wasn't quite there in time, so Zevrix is going to get a touch on it. Looks like Cran has decided to abandon that one and just allow Spler to cut in, take away the ball possession, though, with Cran, as the push forward from Spler was too far. Ball still, though, on the back there to the Swerve side of the field. They can't quite find the clear. A double commit at the mid, though, is going to allow Sketch to break through off the clear finally and find goal number 3 for the Swerve.
A selfless play, to say the least, passing it to his teammate after cutting around, and it's a Swerve popping off in the first 2 minutes of this set.
Well, the Swerve were created back in when the Esports Tower was still in its fledgling stages, so to speak. We had the Barracudas as our top dominating team for a very long time, and then along came the Swerve, and they were definitely a team that Fish and myself were betting on at that point in time as being the ones intended on taking down the Barracudas. Granted, yes, that was a year and a half, almost 2 years ago, so this is a completely different roster, but by picking up the gauntlet, so to speak, of the name of the Swerve yet again, that does mean that they are here, and they mean business, and they're definitely showing that to us as we are ticking across that halfway mark. Less than half of this final game is left. Will the Hammerheads get that back half boost? We'll have to wait and see. Still, they have 0 on that scoreboard.
And right now, the Hammerheads might have a breakaway here. It might be the first goal they need, but it's just barely off by Zevrik. And I mean, we've seen them score 3 goals in a much smaller amount of time, so they have more chances, but heartbreak for sure by the Hammerheads.
Zevrik has the ball pop a little bit too high off that back wall. The follow-up from the teammates is just not fast enough. They need to prevent the side of the Swerve from getting in those passing lanes. Right now we've got Still Sicko TV pushing forward with that ball. Cran and him were both going after it. It looked like Cran actually ended up pushing Still Sicko TV farther forward, though. Don't know how that works out in the game physics engine, but it ended up working out in favor of the Swerves. They're now up by 4. We have crossed that 2-minute threshold, and we are now at the last 105 seconds of this game. Will the Swerve be able to maintain this lead? Will the Hammerheads start bringing it back?
Plenty of time still for a turnaround from the Hammerheads, but all the Swerve have to do is play solid defense, and the end of this game is closing in.
Solid defense indeed is all they need, but it looks like they don't want to play defense. They just want solid offense all the way through. Goal number 5 for the Swerve. Let's see, they did get that scoreboard, I believe, all the way up to 8 at one point. Let's see if they can maintain that lead for themselves or keep it growing. We do have Kid going forward with this ball off the back wall. It's unfortunately not going to be found by a teammate. Instead, it's going to be found by Cran, who plays it over Spler. But right at the halfway mark, Spler pinches it off, allowing Kid Scrub to get a touch on it. Ball now on the back third of the Swerve side of the field as the Cran elevates, misses it, dunked down by one of the Hammerheads, but it goes straight to Sketch.
Already Sketch looking to find that pass, but again, Still Sicko TV and Cran going for the shot there, but double committing, not enough communication, and that's got to be the thing that's been haunting the Swerve the most. If anything has been haunting them, it's been their double commits, especially between Cran and Still Sicko TV.
Well, it's important to remember that both these teams are brand new rosters, and so double commits are bound to happen, and the signs of, having that discomfort will be there quite a bit for both of them. And perhaps, though, it's not being punished right now for the Swerve. In the future, it will be. Those double commits can be Achilles' heel for most teams, especially those, and overcommits are the two things that I feel like at the upper echelons of the Esports Tower Rumble really come back to bite most of the teams.
Yeah, lots of teams have gotten really good at preventing them, but the teams that are still struggling with them are teams that are very hit or miss, is what it feels like. But right now, the Hammerheads are just new enough that the Swerve are able to outclass them, is what it feels like.
Well, we've got 10 seconds left on the clock. I do feel like the Hammerheads, unfortunately, cannot close a 6-goal gap. Let's see if they can get one on the board for themselves. It does look like the Swerve are going to put another one up as they are now at 7. 4 seconds left on the clock. Hammerheads just looking for that one extra morale boost goal for themselves. They held their ground for quite a long time, and they do find it. Zevrik finds goal number 1 for the Hammerheads. 2 seconds left on the clock. I do believe this is going to be the Swerve walking away with a 3-2 victory. Hammerheads at least putting a couple goals in for themselves so they can walk away knowing that they tried their best, and they will only be improving as time goes on. So congratulations to the Swerve.
Definitely a close series, even though it was a blowout in a couple of games. it did really feel like the Hammerheads were able to find their way back into that series no matter what weird conundrums allowed it.
Well, you just, as we mentioned, you got to GG go next, and part of GG go next is actually, communicating with your teammates, and that's really important when it comes to any of the Rocket League or Esports Tower Club events that we have here. And you can see that going at it alone can ultimately only take you so far, especially in that first game. We saw Cran facilitating their teammates so much. So had it just been Cran on the field, I highly doubt those scores would have been as high as they were. And so if you want the opportunity to go as far as Cran has and perhaps even surpass them and take a chance here at the Esports Rumble, then you definitely need to join the club. Esports Tower. It takes time to create really well-matched teams. And I want to give a shout out to Coach Jake. If you're watching and also haven't checked out the Esports Tower clubs, you definitely should. It's the fast track to help you rank up. So the Swerve have taken down the Hammerheads in the first series of the night and now can claim the Fennec Cup. Let's see if they can claim the Fennec Cup over the Gators. I do believe that the next game is going to be between the Swerve and the Gators, and I feel like the Swerve might be a little bit more punished by the Gators when it comes to their double commits, because those were happening from the very beginning. Yes, okay.
Yeah.
The nod is telling me I'm not crazy. So yeah, Swerve, be careful on those double commits going forward, because the Gators are not going to give those as easy an opportunity to get away with. However, first things first, we're all going to take a quick break, go grab some water, and stand up, stretch your legs, and we'll be back here in just a few moments.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your Guard adventure.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Gals and non-binary pals, and welcome back to this week's broadcast, the Esports Tower Rumble. We're broadcasting it live in the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. You can say hello to our lovely production staff, and our on stage right now is our Overwatch team getting warmed up for their game later this evening. But right now, it is time for us to crown our Week 3 Fennec champions as the Swerve face off against the Gators. If the Swerve win, they'll lock up the top spot. If the Gators win, it will force a tiebreaker game between the Gators and the Hammerheads. I'm still your host, Artie Nerdy Bird Rain, and joining me is still Joe Tacky Chick Brown. I almost made your first name your gamer tag. I don't think you want that happening. I don't think your parents would appreciate that one either, so my apologies.
All good, all good.
Well, before we jump into our next game of the series, we actually want to give out some well-due congratulations to some Esports Tower members. And in this, just to let y'all know, over the last 3 months, the Esports Tower Club members have received over $1.6 million in scholarship awards. These students have not only worked hard in their in-game play, but have worked hard academically and have earned these scholarship opportunities. These players that receive these scholarships are talented, hardworking, and driven, and we cannot be more excited and proud to see all the opportunities that these players are getting. Congratulations to all of you guys. I feel like every few weeks, these numbers just keep going up, and my jaw just keeps dropping more. This is absolutely ridiculous. I know both of you and I are a little bit envious of these opportunities, but, you know, we're the Trailblazers. We had to go in. There was no, scholarship incentive to get good at the game. It just came with the, why do you play so many video games? Go outside and touch grass. I'm serious.
What else am I supposed to say? I totally agree. That's basically what it was. And everyone comes from a different background, but I love to see that all of these kids have such a great opportunity set up, before them now.
Yeah, and so let's hope these opportunities just start growing. And before we jump into this game, we've got a tradition to uphold here, and hopefully these players take these to heart because they do definitely come out in spades for some players who follow them, and we definitely see when they are not followed. And that tradition is Doc's Keys to the Game that are presented today by Esports Tower. Doc's Keys to the Game in Rocket League are create those mistakes, punish the overcommits, play the walls better, and demo in the goals. We're pro-advised at esportstower.com, where you can improve your game sense, improve your team play, and improve your performance under pressure. You'll get matched with great players and professional coaches to help you rank up. All right, this is time for the Swerve versus the Gators. The Swerve are looking to run the table in the Fennec Cup against the Gators, and will they be able to come out on top of this game, or are we going to have to end up in a tiebreaker? Let's kick off this first match and find out. As I mentioned earlier, this is a best of 5.
Great offensive push from the Gators immediately. They're almost finding the back of the net, but well saved by the Swerve.
Got Sketch pushing forward now, trying to dig this out of the corner. Gets popped up over them by Zoot Baby, who's going to now bring it up the side. Zoot's going to get taken out, though, so that's 1.4 seconds down. The Gators are going to only have 2 players up, but they are on the offensive side. Currently, and in the back third of the Swerve side of the field, ball gets pushed forward by Llama. Immediately volleyed back to the third where Sketch stops it. It's going to go do an awkward ricochet off that corner. Now double commit on the save there from the Gators will allow Darisu to push forward, dunk the ball down over Sikativi, and find goal number 1 for the Gators, and it took about 40 seconds.
Yeah, great shot there from the Gators. Already we're seeing that punishing mistakes that the Swerve are going to have to find a way around this game.
And we do hear Sikativi get taken out there for a few moments. Ball goes right past Sketch. Does look like there was an opportunity there for the ball to get saved, though, so that offensive push is going to slow down. Crayon trying to corral this ball here off the side. Has to play it around Zoot. Never mind, Zoot leaves it for Darisu. Darisu gets a touch on it, but crossing the midfield stripe goes straight to still Sikativi. Gets popped up after an awkward double commit on the Gators' part. Now Sketch goes in to drop the ball into the goal. Darisu, though, waits it out. Gets the opportunity to get a touch on it. Cran, though, going for the back pass to still Sikativi. Ball gets popped up quite slow, like Zoot Baby to dunk it down here in the corner. Can't get it past still Sikativi, though. Shot on goal. Secondary touch from Cran gets turned away by Lamacomp.
Sketch with a great hit down, and we're seeing the Swerve still going for those kind of passing plays that they went for before. Definitely, their game plan has stayed the same, but I have to hope that the consistency will change.
Well, they've got 3 minutes and roughly 15 seconds to change that gameplay that at least that you're hoping to see. We've got Darisu now pushing up on Sketch. Lamacomp does come in to take that ball away. That wasn't really a situation that the Gators wanted to see themselves in. The ball was closer to the goal than any of their defenders, as were the offensive Swerve players. Ball now in the corner. Cran has very little pressure on them. Goes for the shot on goal. Saved by Lamacomp and gets popped up here in the corner. Llama now looking to play it around Sketch. Sketch gets taken out by Llama, allowing Zoot Baby to push forward. Ball crosses that midfield stripe. Gets into the back corner where 2 of the Swerve members are going to gang up on Darisu. Darisu pops the ball up for Zoot Baby. Zoot looking for off the back wall pass to Lamacomp. They find the connection, but unfortunately for them, Sketch was in the right spot at the right time to find the save.
And the Gators are making such threatening shots over and over again, and it feels like their offense has felt just as clean as the Swerve so far this game.
This is definitely some clean Rocket League, though there's quite a few double commits that have already happened. I want to see less of those as we move forward. We've crossed past that 2-minute 30-second mark, now down in the 2-minute 15 seconds. Still only 1 goal up on the Gators side, but he who scores first typically wins the round, so we'll see if that holds true. It did for our last series. Let's see if the Swerve can break that curse, though, for themselves. Lamacomp pushing forward as Sketch stealed the ball away as they took too many touches and were moving too slow. Zoot Baby, though, on the back third, tries to get the ball away from Sketch. They do for a few moments. Darisu allows Zoot Baby to get a secondary touch on it. Ball now on the back third of the Swerve side of the field as still Sicko TV is trying to bring it across.
A good 50-50 there from Still Sick, and great transition now. Oh, but thwarted by Z-Dot. And at this point, with it being so close in this game...
Oh, that is a D. I'm so sorry.
it feels like the Swerve are finally getting a run for their money, but their offense is still just as threatening as what's forward, well covered from each of their teammates.
We've got Darisu having Sketch push in onto them here in the corner. They still somehow managed to play it around 2 of them. Now they got to get it around Cran. They bicycle it over and finding goal number 2 for the Gators. Minute and 10 seconds left on the clock. Is plenty of time for the Swerve to equalize this. But with how long it is taking for anyone to find the back of the net, that what seems like an eternity in Rocket League time is also not enough time, but the pace that this game is going at.
And the Swerve being forced for the first time today to be the ones to find the back of the net. It's got to be not necessarily a good feeling, but for sure they have to have the confidence to bounce back after they've proved how powerful their offense was in past games.
We've got Cran play it around 1. Can they play it around Darisu? They cannot. Excuse me, I have the hiccups. Darisu now has that awkward, almost flat against the goal angle. It's really difficult to find that one to bend in. Z-Dot is going to keep this offensive opportunity alive. Darisu's going to try to come in, but Cran plays it around Darisu. Can they play it around Z-Dot and Lamacomp, who both rotated back into the goal? They can't. Lamacomp decides to dunk the ball over Cran. Darisu pops up to keep this offensive opportunity alive. Now in the corner, Cran trying to find a way to dig it out of the back third is instead going to take multiple touches, bring it into the mid of the field, crossing that midfield stripe, dunking it down to still Sicko TV. That was absolutely perfect in all honesty. Swerve find their first goal of the game.
a well-earned goal, to say the least. A great flip reset pass, selfless flip reset pass to his teammate, who then found the great open chink in the armor. And already we're seeing the Swerve coming into this next game with confidence.
I mean, they didn't come out on top. That's okay, but it was 1-2, and with how long those first 2 goals took, that's not bad at all. And they got the morale booster. They got that extra goal, and as we've said before, you know, first game typically, especially when I feel like we go towards the end of our cup game series, is very important. It can be either the analyst opportunity for a team, or it can be we're just going to give up now. And I definitely think the Swerve took that more as we're reading and calculating how you like to play, and we're trying to figure out the equation that we need to respond.
Yeah, it felt like they were very calm, cool, and collected for that series. Maybe a lot less mistakes than we had seen before. They cleaned up a decent bit, but that Gators offense is nothing to laugh at. It did take them a while to find the back of the net, but when they were finding the back of the net, they were connecting really well, and I really liked seeing them work together in the ways that they did.
And the one goal that the Swerve did get was well-deserved. It was a beautiful pass opportunity, and that just goes to show that you can't. This is not a one player versus all game. This is definitely a 3v3 game. The ball's still on the back third here of the Swerve side of the field post kickoff. 10 seconds in, no one has scored a goal, but ZDOT is going to dunk this ball down. It does get taken away by Still Sicko TV, who tries to pass it to Cran. Instead, Cran's going to play the disruption play and allow Still Sick to find goal number 1 for the Swerve, which is a change of pace from that first game. Will the Swerve win game number 2? They've got 4 minutes and 40 seconds to tell us whether or not they will.
Great pass around already by Cran, and it feels like the Swerve definitely took the momentum from the last game and are converting it into pressure in this game.
Cran now trying to push this ball forward, but pushes it too far, allowing Darisu to get a touch on it. Ball at the midfield stripe gets dunked down by Sketch, where Cran's there for the follow-up. Upper right-hand corner of the net, absolutely perfect placement. Very hard to defend against Swerve, up by 2 now.
Less than a minute in this game, and the Swerve are already ahead by 2. Definitely that offense that we were feeling in the series before is finally coming out to play, and hopefully the Gators are able to find some way to get back in this and find the 2 goals that they found last series, or the Swerve are going to run away with it just like they did in the last series.
I'm not going to place any bets on who's going to start running away with the scoreboard just yet. This is definitely a different momentum that we saw earlier. 2 goals already when it took, I want to say, 4 minutes to get 2 on the board for the side of the Gators in the last one. This could just be a 2 and sit pretty for a little bit for the Swerve. Though, you're right, they did put 8 goals on the board in like 2 minutes, I think, in one of our games previously. But the Gators have solid defense, solid offense. Let's see if that can also convert to solid defense.
Definitely the trademark of this Swerve team is powerful offense that just never seems to stop, but the Gators are a calm, cool, and collected team that are proving to us, even now, a lead behind, that their defense is nothing to joke about, and the Swerve are going to have to work hard if they want to extend this lead any longer.
We had ZDOT make a great dunk down. However, for them, the Swerve members were 2 of them had elevated up, and 1 of them got right in front of ZDOT, so the ball was pushed away immediately. Now Sketch finding a clear here to the midfield. We got Still Sicko TV trying to corral it down. Instead, it's going to be Cran pushing it forward more. ZDOT and 1 other will elevate. It was Darisu pushing 2 defenders out of position right away. Sketch comes in to find that closer, and that's goal number 3 for the Swerve. Very different story than what we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, and like I said, I feel like that's the trademark of the Swerve. If they have the momentum, they run away with it really fast, but the Gators are definitely still forcing them to work for every goal they're getting. And the confidence from the Gators defense is still there. It's just not quite locking down these passing plays yet.
Darisu goes to nosedive the ball down on the ground, and it does look like Lamacomp's going to keep the possession alive for the Gators. It gets sent into the back third of the Swerve side of the field. No pressure is getting put on Sketch immediately. ZDOT elevates too late. Off the ground, Darisu will challenge Sketch. Ball gets pushed over to the corner. Cran gets it first before any of the Gators can get a touch on it. Cran now crossing that midfield stripe with some beautiful aerial play. Does leave it for Still Sicko to grab a touch on it. Ball pushed in front of the goal. ZDOT slows the ball down just enough to prevent it from going into that goal. Still Sicko, though, trying to maintain possession. Ball finally gets cleared by Darisu, going to the backside of the Swerve side of the field into the corner. 2 of the Gators have committed, allowing Sketch to push forward with very little pressure. Ball finally hits that midfield stripe again on a return volley.
Ooh, and almost an own goal like we saw in the series before with the Swerve, but saved by the Swerve defense, and maybe a little bit sketchy there for a second.
Sketch now looking for an opportunity. Instead has to leave the ball for Cran. Cran has to play it around Llama. Llama, unfortunately, though, is low on that booster, and that's something the coaches have really stressed is important for the Gators is their boost pad rotations, and it looks like it's really being their Achilles heel right now as none of them have any boost in their tank, but it doesn't matter. Llama with the breakaway play, no boost in the tanks, doesn't matter to Llama. Finds goal number 1 for the Gators on a complete turnaround breakaway play.
Definitely a momentum swing in their direction, and just like the end of last game, we're seeing the momentum kind of shift from who had the early lead, and makes me kind of feel like we could see a similar game for the Gators in the next one.
Or we could see a turnaround here for the Gators. I mean, 55 seconds is enough time to score 2 goals. They just got to do it rather quick. Lamacom goes for a shot on. It does get taken away by Still Sika TV. TV takes a shot on the goal on the other side of the field, gets turned away immediately as well as we're ticking down to that 40-second mark. I do think the Gators might have to just say maybe we can score one more, but finding the equalizer might be a little too difficult here. That's okay. We'll just end up at it's complicated, tied 1 aside, and bring us to a best-of-3 series. So next 25 seconds will tell.
Both teams not willing to give up this series in any sort of easy fashion, and as the clock ticks down, like you said, we're getting close to that it's complicated season where we get to a best-of-3 on 2 very talented teams, and I honestly have no clue which direction it could go.
I like to not be able to predict anything and say it can go either way, because then no one can get mad at me if I guess wrong or if I guess correctly and it's not the team they wanted to win. We have a double commit in the air from the Swerve to keep the ball alive. I do think the Gators did eventually just let it drop. So with that, we have the Swerve walking away with the Game 2 victory. And now we are at a best-of-3 series as opposed to best-of-5 because both teams are tied 1 aside. You can see our beautiful Overwatch players there on stage getting ready for their ECAC game. That'll be on this same channel here in a little bit. But for now, we're focused on Rocket League and focused on the players we cannot see but are here with us in spirit. And I don't mean that in some sort of ghostly way. I just mean that they're not in the arena with us.
It's not Halloween yet, Artie.
It's Halloween every day for me.
Well. Anyways, that game was definitely a very interesting game. I like to see the kind of flip-flop and the momentum swinging back towards the Gators gives me crossing fingers hope that we'll see a similar kind of close game in the next one where both teams are still kind of fighting and we're relying a lot on their consistent defense to make things happen rather than pressure all game.
Yeah, so just to recall back to how this series works, this is a best-of-5. We are tied 1 aside right now for the series of Swerve and Gators both having 1. So either team can put themselves in match point here. However, the Swerve are in a high-pressure, high-stakes sort of situation. If they win, they lock down the Fennec Cup. But if the Gators win, they force us to a tiebreaker. So Gators are trying to force that extra game and go take on our team, the Hammerheads that we saw earlier this evening. Both one a semi-aquatic and another aquatic animal, the other one just a shape. So we'll see what comes out on top of this game. We are running into some computer issues, so we're going to return back to the caster desk for a little bit here. You can say hello to our lovely faces yet again. We'll have to wait and see how that shakes out. They are currently playing, so even if our broadcast does end up having some problems, that game will still continue despite that because thankfully we aren't running the game on our broadcasting machines. That would be a little bit rough to have to deal with.
Yes, it definitely would. But, you know, we only saw the first 10 seconds of that match, but it already felt like there was a lot of battling going on in the corners. And like I said before, that's a really key part of the field. No matter which direction it goes, it makes a big swing in momentum for either team. All
right, so this is a conversation that we like to sort of bring up and start discussing at this point. Based off the players we've seen so far, do you have any suggestions for ICC player of the game?
So far, in the first series, I think Cran definitely was the player to look out for.
Yeah.
But including this Gators roster just makes it so hard because they're so good at the game too, and it's honestly too early to tell. Only 2 games into the series, I honestly couldn't tell you. I feel like it could be any of these 6 players.
All right. I don't know how to feel about that answer because I feel like that's I don't have one already, so I'm going to be very, very vague about it. But right now, Cran, I'm definitely looking at you. But Darisu, you're also looking pretty strong as well. So we'll have to wait and see who shines a little bit more because ultimately it's not us who get to decide its production. That means how flashy your plays are. And yeah. That's gonna. You've got 3 minutes and 45 more seconds, at least in this game, to get us a few more flashy plays, and then a couple more. We'll have to wait and see those. Cran pops the ball up at the mid. Darisu pushes too far forward, but we've got a double commit on the back line, allowing Z-Dot to push the ball across that midfield stripe as Sketch elevates in the back line, but does not find anything. Lamacomp going to try to push it around. Sketch can't quite do it. Cran will challenge Z-Dot. Z-Dot wins that one out, looking for an off-the-back wall opportunity to Darisu, but unfortunately the ball ricochets awkwardly. Lamacomp comes in for the save. Cran off the wall, though, takes it away from Lamacomp immediately as they cross the midfield stripe, though Darisu gets a shot on goal, taken away by Sketch.
And already we're seeing kind of what I keep having to talk about is the Swerve refused to let the foot off the gas here. Lots and lots of goals in the back of the net for how scoreless the first couple games have been. 3 goals down with only 2 minutes in the game. Kind of a wild start. A little bit of a change of pace.
No break, only gas. No break. But I will be honest. Okay, so that last goal that we saw scored by the Swerve, I can English sometimes. I swear I went to college, was an actual double commit. And the Swerve, they are not free of fault here when it comes to losing out on some core mechanics. The double commits just aren't able to be punished quite yet by the Gators. That's something that might come with time, and as we've mentioned at the beginning of this entire evening, a lot of these teams are new with new players on the roster, and I know that Z-Dot is a returner. I believe Lamacomp might be as well, but Darisu is definitely a newer name for the Gators, so having an extra player trying to come in and be that third puzzle piece, so to speak, doesn't always quite line up. It takes some wear and tear for everything to mesh together well and easily and seamlessly. So, first appearance into the Tower Rumble. To make it this far, it's not horrible by any means to score and work together as well as they have. Again, not horrible, but the Swerve, they're new as well. I just feel like Cran is just being too much of a facilitator for the team, and having someone who's comfortable in that in-game lead spot can make things a little hard for the other team.
Swerve are now right back to where they were in the past series, finding goal after goal here, and the Gators have to now make an adjustment and punish those double commits that you pointed out, because if they don't, the Swerve are going to run away with another game and come into it at match point with this next game.
The Swerve are currently up by 4 as we're crossing that 100-second threshold. And as I'm saying that, not even at the 100-second mark, we've got the Swerve now up by 5. That is a goal every 20 seconds if you're trying to do the math, and I hope I did that math correctly. I'm a little tired. Forgive me if I didn't, and if the little kids try to learn math from me, I suggest you go to your math teacher. Now we've got a double commit from the Swerve yet again. Ball still on their side of the field. Lamacomp bringing it off the wall, goes to try and center it up, but loses control in mid-flight. So Cran's going to take advantage of that ball now in the corner as they try to push it forward. The follow-up's not there in time, though, and there were 2 Gators there anyway. So trying to go for that secondary touch might have not been in their interest anyway. The reset does come out. A minor reset. Ball is popped high in front of the Gators' goal. Dunked down by one of the Swerve members. Cran tries to be the follow-up, but they can't quite find it. Now looking to back up and prevent this ball from getting cleared. Lamacomp pushing it forward across that midfield stripe. Can't quite easily play it around Sikativi, but they do eventually get that one. However, Sketch will play it back. Darisu goes for the follow-up touch. Sketch is there for the save again. Lamacomp says, okay, all of you have saved it thus far. I'm just going to take one of you out in the process. But that respawn has already happened. Lamacomp, you're going to have to do it again.
Yeah, and right now it feels like the Swerve are back into that comfortable state that they were before, and we're going to have to see if they start getting too comfortable making the same kind of mistakes that they were making all over the place versus the Hammerheads, I believe.
I mean, they weren't as punished when it came to playing against the Hammerheads, but you can't go into every game expecting it to play out like the game you just had. And you got to never underestimate, and this is what I call giving respect to your opposing team, is you can't underestimate them. You always have to expect they're going to play. Honestly, the best thing to do is expect that they'll play better than you. So that means you have to not give as many mistakes as you normally would and play to make the least amount of mistakes as possible. Right now, the mistakes aren't being punished for the Swerve. It feels like the Gators are really stuck to responding as opposed to being the proactive team. That's okay. That comes with time. They're a newer roster, so they've got plenty of opportunities here to shake out get everything running properly. But for now, Swerve have run away with their scoreboard. They're going to put themselves at match point because the clock is at 0-0. Yes, the ball finally does touch the ground. Swerve are at 2 in this series. Gators are at 1. Gators can still put themselves at match point after this one, of course, a game 5? I can math. Yes. But right now, it looks like the Swerve might close this one out pretty easily. Much easier than the last series we got to see them in, which was a 2-2, took us all the way to game 5. But it seems like that game 1 was just reading the Gators and figuring everything out for the Swerve, and then they're just like, okay, we see the cracks in the armor, we're going to take advantage of it.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree, and I think basically the Swerves revolve their playstyle a lot around having to be the team that you react to. So I think, like you said before, let's focus on what was working the first game. And what was working the first game for the Gators was taking control of the field a little bit more and making the Swerve kind of play around you, because they're not used to that kind of playstyle. So I think if the Gators have to talk about anything to save this series now, it's how that they need to play with a lot more confidence and force Swerve to react to them.
I 100% agree, and I do say that you need to be the proactive and not the reactive team, but it's okay to have to react to what another team brings to the table to you. It's just important to understand how you react and being able to adapt to that so that you can get out of that situation where it feels like the Gators at first were in the more dominant zone and were able to be that proactive team. They've since been corralled around and forced to be the reactive team, and they need to start breaking away from that and figuring out what they need to do to fix that. Now, we have crossed that first 40-second mark. No one scored a goal, which is great to see. It means we're kind of returning back to the tempo that we had earlier for this series. Cran trying to dig this ball to their own side of the back third. Z-Dot's going to go for the challenge, forcing Cran to pop the ball up. Lamacomp rotating back. Ball gets dunked down perfectly to still stick a TV from Cran. That was absolutely beautiful. Unfortunately, we don't have the replays for this series, but in the future, or if you want to take a quick moment to rewind, you can see how awesome that goal was. We do have Darisu now off the kickoff, deciding to leave the ball forward. Z-Dot. Z-Dot's going to push forward, sending it to the back corner where Sketch is waiting for them and easily takes the ball away, where Lamacomp goes for the challenge ball at the midfield. Still Sicko. TV is going to play it off the back wall and get what? The second touch was perfect. I wish we had replays.
Oh, I wish we had replays too, but a fantastic shot there from Still Sick of TV. A great double touch, super impressive, and the Gators just giving...
Wait. Oh, production, you guys are amazing. Thank you. We're actually going to get the opportunity to see that goal I was talking about, because this was just... I'm going to let you take away what exactly he's breaking down right now.
Yeah, he gets a great touch. He reads that the defender's on the ground and waiting for him. He's shadowing the ball, so he shoots it to the backboard where the defender isn't, and then plays it from there. And it's great heads-up play from Still Sick of TV. Super impressive to watch, but super well executed.
And we have Lamacomp, though, coming in clutch for the Gators, finding goal number 1 for them. 3 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. Plenty of time to find that equalizer to bring them tied to a side against the Swerve. They just need to honestly clean up some rotations, be a little bit more aggressive. I know that's a vague term, but every gamer knows what it means. And stop allowing the Swerve to be the ones to make the plays here and be the ones doing it themselves.
The pressure is definitely there for the Gators. Instead of letting them get to that 3-0 lead like they have before with the Swerve, they found the first goal that they needed to maybe swing the momentum in their favor. And I'd love to see how the Gators are reacting to this kind of new play style they have to play around. But the Swerve able to win the 50-50 and then the shot.
I mean, what we saw there was kind of something new that we hadn't seen from the Gators as well, was more that physical play. They were trying to push the secondary player out of position so they couldn't be there for the follow-up. It's just unfortunately 2 Gators were doing it as opposed to 1 Gator. So they got to make sure they're communicating when one's going for the physical play and one needs to go in for the challenge, because in that case, there was no one challenging the person with possession. So they're like, oh, my teammate can't be there for the rebound and they can't be there for the pass. I guess I will just make the shot, and they did. So now Swerve are up by 3. Still plenty of time for the Gators to start bringing this one back. We've got Cran now pushing back as the Lamacomp gets the ball in the back corner here on the Swerve side of the field. Cran elevates, dunks it down to Still Sicko TV, but the ball bounces a little bit too high, so he loses possession for a little bit. Z-Dot now having to play it around 2. They have a teammate. There's a give and go there. It was there, but the give was a little bit too long after the go, unfortunately, for the Gators, so they lose possession. The ball is crossing the midfield stripe now in the hands of Sketch.
Yeah, and so far the Swerve are still seeming to feel themselves, but if your game plan as the Gators is to find more demos and play more physically, it's important that when you're talking about that between games, that you guys discuss which player is in charge of that. Are we sending our second man on defense, our first man on defense? And that'll prevent those kind of double commits. So that player who's in that position is already thinking about that they're going for it rather than both players.
I mean, I'm going to, really, it's communication at the end of the day, I think is what you're saying.
Yeah, and it's communication that starts, and to make it easier, communication starts in that post-game lobby.
No one can read your mind. Please remember this. No one's that smart. But Gators, you're doing the thing. You're bringing it back. We are at 1 goal differential now with just under 90 seconds left on the clock. There's plenty of time to make something happen, but you need to be the ones controlling the field here. I want to see this go to a game 5 because that always makes my monkey brain happy. We have a shot on goal. It is in the back third, but unfortunately the Olay of the demo coming out from Sicko TV is not going to be done. So That is one down for the Gators. The ball still in the back third here of the Swerve side of the field. It just looks like they can't find that connection. Lamacomp goes to try and find a centering opportunity, but the teammates' rotations were just not fast enough. Ball crossing the midfield stripe here. Looks like Z-Dot's trying to prevent that from happening. Cran does a back pass off the back wall. That's a risky situation to be in. They might regret it. Goal almost goes in, but that crossbar is their saving grace.
The Gators refusing to give up this series in the last minute. Shot after shot after shot taken. The Swerve forced to make save after save. Sketchy situations over and over again.
Yes! Yeah, they didn't let up. They weren't giving up. That's what I want. I don't want them to give up. I want them to bring this out as far as possible.
That triple commit punished by the Swerve, but the triple commit was a mistake created by the Gators by forcing the Swerve to panic over and over again, forcing them to make these really awkward and difficult saves. And finally, the Gators have put themselves into a position where the Swerve are no longer allowed to run their lead down.
We are almost into that threshold of, is it going to be overtime or is it going to be buzzer beater? Yes, we have now hit that territory. It is now or overtime opportunity for someone to come out in the lead. We've got Lamacomp trying to make sure that lead is solidified without golden goal situation happening. Ball gets turned around. Yes, and ball hits the ground. It is now whomever scores this goal walks away with the victory. Will it be the Gators putting themselves at match point to tie up with the Swerve? Or is it going to be the Swerve walking away with a 3-1 victory and the series win in their back pocket? I personally want the Gators to come out on top of this one, but I understand if you're a Swerve fan.
Yeah, it's hard to not be a fan of any of these players here. They're all so impressive. The Swerve barely finding the chink in the armor, and the chink in the armor in that play just happened to be right in the middle of the net. Both defenders on either side, but not quite able to reach it.
That was honestly a great game. Congratulations to the Swerve. You guys are going to walk away with that victory. I know it says best of 3, but it wasn't best of 5. Swerve did have to win out 3 games in a row. Well, 3 games. Gators did walk away with 1. Almost had the second one. Very close. I'm sure next week you guys will be even closer. Nicely done to everyone who was here this evening, and all of you guys get a wonderful opportunity when it comes to these rumbles. And that's the chance to be seen by some expert college recruiters, and sometimes you get the chance to talk directly to esports industry insiders like pro athletes, team general managers, and game producers. And if you want this chance too, you should definitely join the Esports Tower Club, where players get insider access to industry insights with our featured rumbles, and recruiters are taking notes of these events as well. It's a great way to score exposure if you're looking to start your path to pro or land a collegiate scholarship. The Swerve are now holding on to... The Swerve held on and defeated the Gators and are this week's Fed Cup champions, so nicely done. But before we end tonight, we are going to do a continuation of last week's show, and we're going to show the match between the Lions and the Eagles. I do believe I made an analogy last week about this situation, and I feel like if Lions have to take on Eagles, the Lions might end up winning. But the one thing that the Eagles do have, which is true to their name, is that aerial flight control. Like, their aerial play is pretty solid. So I hope the Lions are ready to anticipate that and can go toe-to-toe with them in the air. That's a skill I feel like most of the Esports Tower teams have been developing recently and have been honing down on and getting very good at. So we'll have to wait and see if the Lions can go toe-to-toe with the Eagles after this short break.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
Welcome back to this broadcast of the Esports Tower Rumble. We're broadcasting it live from the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. It is time for our final game of the night. Hello, production staff. The Lions and the Eagles faced off at a show match last week, and we decided one game wasn't enough and wanted to do the full best of 5. We're keeping the results from last week, so the Lions are ahead by 1 as we hop into this series. I'm still your host, Nerdy, and joining me on desk is still Tacky. We're going to make this intro very short because we want to jump right into this action. This is going to be a very exciting series. I feel like both these teams are pretty equally matched. As I mentioned earlier, definitely am hoping that the Lions can maintain aerial prowess against the flight-based animal of the Eagles.
Definitely an impressive match to watch out for, and Doc's keys to the game, just as important in this match as the last ones, with great mistakes, punish overcommits, and play walls better. Demo to end goal. And I have to wonder if the demos are going to be something that are going to be pretty important in this game to counter that kind of aerial play. When you come down from those aerials, you're pretty vulnerable to demos for a long period of time.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. And Doc's keys to the game are presented today by Esports Tower. We can score pro advice at esportstower.com and improve your game sense and improve your team play, improve your performance under pressure. You'll get matched with great players and professional coaches to help you rank up. We do see the first demo of the game. Nano looking to try to play it around. Trust me, I'm trying. Can't manage to quite get it out of the back third, though. Finally done after dunking it over one. We have Protato, though, pushing forward with an opportunity, but it gets taken away by Zydra. Now, trust me, I'm trying. Does go for another one. Nano immediately taking it away, sending it to that midfield yet again. Does look like we've got Cats. I think that's Kit Kat, possibly not positive. Cats pushing forward with this ball. Does manage to bring it into the back third of the Eagles side of the field. No goal scored just yet as we're crossing that 30-second threshold.
Yeah, already a lot of Lions offense here. And the Eagles, despite being thrown on the back foot for a little bit, still holding their own. Definitely something to look out for this game is that Eagles defense, that aerial prowess is going to make it very difficult for the Lions to get too creative with their plays.
I also want to I really want to take a look and see how many double commits we see and how often those get punished, because as I mentioned, as you work your way up through the Tower of Doom here within the Esports Tower, it seems like the more opportunities you create yourself by making mistakes, the more times it's going to be capitalized on by the other team. But something that we did not see quite a bit earlier this evening was those mistakes being capitalized on, and that's what I feel like is the difference maker with some of these teams, is the ability to capitalize on those mistakes that some teams create themselves, or that a team forces another team to end up doing. We have Jababy going forward now after taking the ball away from 2. Trust me, I'm trying. Does take it away from Jababy. Now Zydra trying to stop this ball from Protato, but Protato centers it up perfectly for Cats. Awkward ricochet, though. Ball is still here on the side of the Eagle side of the field. Jababy slowing down a little bit, trying to play it around 2. Does still maintain possession somehow. The pressure's been taken off just slightly. Zydra looking to bring this ball back forward, preventing it from crossing the midfield stripe.
Lots of back and forth. Some very, very clean Rocket League played in this first half. Not a lot of double commits. A demo already. One of Doc's keys to the game, making itself clear in the first minute.
Cats now moving forward, passes the ball to Protato, who pops the ball up for Trust Me, I'm Trying, who dunks it down, but the teammate rotation was just not there. So Zydra now with it has Cats come in to pinch the ball off. It's still on the side of the Lions field, finally crossing that midfield stripe. We have Nano going to try and grab it, but unfortunately has to have Zydra come in to help them out. Awkward double commit there. Will finally get punished by Cats. Zydra, though, finds the save. Trust me, I'm trying. Goes for another opportunity. Plays the ball around one, but can't play it around Nano. Cats now having to rush back, trying to take the ball away from Nano.
Ooh, and a good fake from Cats, and it followed good 50-50, but Baby will win that out. And oh, what a pinch from Cats. It feels like the defense from the Lions has had some scary moments in the last 30 seconds, but definitely covered well by Cats.
Cats now pops the ball up, plays it around Zydra's. Nano, though, is already back near that back line on the back defense. Yes, gets the save. Nano is a very solid defensive player coming out for the Eagles. They are almost like the Great Wall of China. It seems like they never move, but they're all over the place at the same time. We have Gababy trying to put some pressure into that defensive play. Trust me, I'm trying, though, is still there. Manages to find the save. Gababy tries to dunk the ball down at the midfield. Does get it to Nano. Nano now has to play it around 2. Do they have the follow-up to get a teammate to help them out? They do not, so Potato's going to grab this ball off the back wall. Gababy, though, steals it away. Swooping in, going for that kind of back reset here. Does get the ball to Nano. Trust me, I'm trying, though. Has an opportunity to send it to Cats. Interrupted immediately by Gababy. Gababy now off that wall, goes to dunk the ball down. Can they maintain possession? They will not. Zydra at the mid, pushing it back towards the Lions' goal.
Lots of midfield being played here. Both teams unwilling to commit too many players to a play that they're not 100% sure in, which is definitely the best defensive mindset to have. It's not the most aggressive for sure, but it is definitely the way that you give up the least amount of goals, and that's why even at less than a minute left in the game, we're at a 0-0 scoreline.
We have Zydra now trying to play it around Potato, but it gets past them. Can't get past Trust Me, I'm trying. Trust Me, even though they're a new player, has definitely been doing a fantastic job for the side of the Lions. The coaches have actually been very impressed with how well they are mechanically. Let's see if that continues for them this week as we are closing down on those last 20 seconds with still no goals on the board. This is going to be one heck of a long overtime.
Definitely have to agree there, but you know, we could always cast or curse it and we could be done in the first 10 seconds.
I really hope we do, because I turned down you grabbing me a water, and I'm going to end up regretting that if we have an insanely long overtime.
As I have just ran out of water too, I am hoping for a quick goal here soon, but I'm also hoping for it because it's exciting to watch the goals get scored. But coming into this overtime, both mentals have to be perfect, otherwise we're going to run into a situation where there's all sorts of mistakes, too much pressure.
I don't think anyone has a reason to tilt just yet. I mean, yeah, going an entire 5 minutes is difficult to, be completely not upset, but really no one made huge mistakes that resulted in no one getting a goal. It's better to have no one have a goal than your team make a mistake and being resulted in a goal. It does look like Nano's trying to close this one out quickly as I requested earlier, but it's immediately taken away because both teams have such solid defense.
Definitely have to agree there, but the Lions putting a lot of pressure on the back of the net. In the first 10 seconds of this overtime, almost found the back of the net, and right then almost found it again, but well saved by the Eagles. Calm, cool, and collected is keeping them in this game much longer than otherwise would.
Trust me, I'm trying. Finds the opportunity to push that ball forward. Now ball on back there, the line side of the field. Baby trying to get the opportunity to center over a teammate, but Potato's going to take it away. Cats and Potato both going forward now. Ball centered up for Potato, taken away by Zydra, who pushes it to the midfield. Cats trying to corral it away from them as the ball goes into the back side of the Lions field. Potato going forward, tries to get it past the midfield stripe, does, even though a slight disruption from Nano does happen. Cats now centers it up for a teammate. Potato backed off a little bit too far, though. Gababy pushing forward with this ball across the midfield stripe. Cannot get it past Nano, though. Ball at the midfield still. Sorry, that was Cats, but Potato comes in for the secondary follow-up. Now we are 90 seconds into overtime, and no one has scored a goal.
Already, we've gone more than 6 minutes, closing in on 7 minutes of a 0 scoreline for the series, and part of me wonders if the entire pace of the game is going to change after this first game.
Oh, it's gotta.
It's gotta, because we've talked so much about how Esports Tower Arts team will use this first game to develop strategies, but at this point, in a golden goal situation, something has to break.
You can't play perfect Rocket League for too long. What's the record? Like 18-minute overtime or something like that for
a professional game that was everyone was still trying to win. Obviously, you could go on forever if you really wanted it to. But for a professional game, the world record was set to 18 minutes, I believe, around just below 18.
I think our record here with an Esports Tower is 7.5 minutes. I'll be because I'm a little doubtful. I'm going to say 7:45 because I wasn't positive if it hit the 8-minute mark. But that's our record so far for Rocket League overtime. Let's see if this one crosses that threshold. I think it will. We'll have to wait and see, though. I mean, we're already almost at another half an entire game here of Rocket League. We've crossed into almost a 3-minute territory. So the exhaustion's got to start kicking in at this point. I mean, I have not played Rocket League at such a competitive level as you have, Tacky, but as overtime continues, do you start to feel the exhaustion a little bit more than you would during a standard match?
I definitely would say that you start to feel something, not necessarily exhaustion. If you're well prepared, you'll probably be okay for the exhaustion for a while. What you start to feel is very, very antsy. As the time goes on, you get super stressed out, and the best players at playing overtime are the people who are just capable of turning everything off around them except for the game and playing like it's free play, like you've been practicing. This is what you're doing. So we're going to have to see what team has the least amount of stress on them or is able to manage the stress the easiest for this series.
Right now, it seems like both teams are handling that stress A-OKs. We've got the ball pushed into the back third now. Cats, though, that's our first, maybe our second demo of the game thus far. Cats will go down for 2.4 seconds. They've respawned immediately, though, so now they're already pushing forward. They have a shot on goal. It's going to hit that backboard. Potato goes in for the follow-up opportunity, but unfortunately, they cannot find that connection. Zydra now without Bagabe, crosses that ball into the midfield area. It's down the back corner. Nano has 2 on them, though, so the pressure immediately turns around. The pendulum has swung. Cats is trying to get an opportunity to clear this ball out again, but cannot find it.
And take a look at the accolades for the Eagles here. Between them, they have, I believe, 13 total saves. That's a lot of saves. Very solid defense by them.
All
but
right.
You have to say that maybe that's also a symptom of them not having a lot of side control so far.
I'm counting 1 second. Everyone can see our overlay, but I'm blind as a bat.
Oh, and almost a scoring opportunity for the Lions there. A lot of pressure from the Lions because for each and every one of those saves that Eagles do have, the Lions have a shot to go with it, but it feels like a lot of this game is defined right now at the midfield.
There's 21 saves in total when I was just counting. That is like across the two teams. That's incredible. And at the 5-minute mark, we finally have a team find a goal there. So nicely done. Y'all survived. I feel like that was the gauntlet.
That was craziness. And I'd be lying if I said I wasn't kind of hoping that the rest of the games will be like this too. Kind of low scoring, consistent Rocket League.
I'm sorry for your throat.
No, I'm totally fine. But gosh, that was an exciting game to say the least. I feel like it was kind of in a sweet spot for overtime where it was long enough to build suspense, but not too long that I was dying.
All right, so you like a good thriller novel, I understand. I like a good mystery, but nothing that's a little too spooky because my anxiety spikes quite a bit. So I hope none of you guys experience the level of anxiety I do. Lions now currently up by 2. They did win our show match last week, so they're coming in with a 1-game advantage here. They are at match point. Can they bring this one back in their favor and end up winning? Or can they win this one out with a 3-0 victory? Or the Eagles start swinging the pendulum the other way? We'll have to wait and see. The next 5 minutes really are going to be telling of that. I feel like having almost 2 games already because of that overtime, these players might be feeling a little bit gassed at this point.
Yeah, definitely. They might have been wanting a break in between these 2 games, but just like us, they're going to have to power through it. And I feel like at this point, the Lions have to be feeling really good. Overtime victories that take that much work to get, they feel super good after. And gosh, I mean,
Nano
curse it, but already the Eagles finding a way into the top of this game. They're not quite ready to give up yet.
Oh, Nano goes for a fake out, and trust me, tries to also read it. Neither one really won out on that 50-50, though. Cats pushes forward. Never mind. I cast or cursed it too. Neither one really won. I'm dumb. It was Cats who won out on that 50-50 while 2 players try to juke each other out at the mid. Now we're tied 1 aside with plenty of time left on the clock for it to go either way, but as I'm talking, okay, Nano, I get it. I just need to shut up about goals.
Yeah, Potato just not able to get the proper touch on it, ends up hitting it into his own net. Disaster. The lead for the Eagles that they had just recovered from is now squandered once again by just an accidental touch. But it's definitely not something they're out of yet. But both teams, and especially the Eagles, have had some incredible defense all game, so giving the Eagles any kind of lead has got to be scary.
That's goal number 3 for the Eagles. This is the fastest we've seen any goal scored thus far. I'll be honest with you, I was so exhausted last week. It's basically my finals right now as a grad student, so don't judge me. I don't remember the tempo of that game that we had between these two teams last week. I feel like this is probably more reminiscent of it, though. I'm not trying to be mean. I just feel like this is much closer to what we saw. That first game that we witnessed before this one was strange, but it definitely was the Lions coming to show that they can go toe-to-toe with the Eagles, and they're starting to show it again. I'm really curious to see how this shakes out. They scored the first goal of the game. Will we maintain our kind of pseudo curse that whomever gets that first goal wins out the round? We'll have to see, because the Eagles already are starting to run away with this lead. They're up again by 2, sitting in that comfort position, having one goal, then another to prevent an equalizer.
Yeah, and that Eagles offense is really popping off right now. I'm wondering if it's going to come at the cost of their defense a little bit, but frankly, so far, the Eagles defense has been well over enough to accompany the 4 goals they've got.
Ball is going to finally be cleared out here from that Lions push forward. Trust me, I'm trying. Does send it to Potato, who pops it up to Cats. Neither one has a lot of pressure on them, so the Eagles break it down in their defensive play there a little bit. Doesn't matter, though, because Gababy gets the ball off the ground. Potato takes it away immediately, though. Goes to try and center it up for Trust Me, I'm Trying. Trust Me, unfortunately, has it roll under their car as opposed to hitting the nose. So it's hit at an angle they did not want. Trust Me goes for the follow-up touch, though. Zydra right in front of them immediately sends it to Nano, crossing that midfield. In the corner here on the Lions side of the field, Cats finds the volley, returning it to the other side of the field to the Eagles' corner. Zydra now collides with Gababy. Cats is trying to carry the ball into the goal. It does get taken away. Too many touches. It's too slow a speed is easy to read.
2 minutes, 10 seconds about left on this clock, and Lions, the pressure is all on you to convert all that offense you had last game into goals this game.
They can do it.
If you can't.
They can do it. Trust me, I'm trying. It's trying. 2 minutes. 2 minutes, 1 goal. It's doable.
Definitely more than possible. We see yet another overtime in this series so far, and I can't say that I'd be argued against it at this point.
I mean, it's Rocket League. I can't say I don't enjoy it at this point, but my vocal cords might start crying in a little bit. That's perfectly fine. We've got 1 minute, 45 seconds left on this clock. Lions only down by 1. Trust me, I'm trying. Is definitely trying to find another goal. You can see how many shots they have. You can see how many shots Cats has. And they just, honestly, with how many saves we saw in the last round, I have faith in them to be able to not let the Eagles have another goal and find the equalizer and bring us to an overtime.
Yeah, I feel like so far in this series, I haven't seen a lot of that Eagles aerial prowess that they've had before. It feels like they've been relying a lot on punishing mistakes and playing around their defense. And it's not to say that they're not doing well at their aerial play. It just feels like they're back-pocketing it for whenever they think the right situation is rather than forcing it as a play style.
I mean, if you're not 100% confident in your aerial play, I feel like only using it when necessary is the better way to go, because if you use it too frequently, it opens up the opportunity for there to be more mistakes on your end. Also, as you mentioned before this game even started, well, pseudo started because we did start on game 2, going for the aerials can result in a lot more demos, and we've seen not as many in this series, but they're starting to come out more as these teams are getting more desperate. The Lions still looking to find that equalizer for themselves. Nano trying to prevent that from even being possible. Ticking down across that 35-second mark now. Cats going forward, doesn't have a lot of pressure on them, has the opportunity to set her up for someone else, but Gababy is like the fly on the wall, swoops in and sends it to the midfield.
Oh, and a close pass, Potato here, but the Lions not able to connect as a team for that particular play. But, oh, Potato's there to cut it again. And we're seeing the Lions get a lot more aggressive, but not at the cost of their consistency quite yet. Fighting and fighting and fighting to find the back of the net and force an overtime, where hopefully they'll be able to do what they did last game.
We are in buzzer beater territory yet again. The Lions need to find a goal before this ball touches the ground. Unfortunately, though, for them, it will end up hitting the ground, and I do believe that that is going to be the round out of our best of 3 series. That was pretty gosh darn incredible, if I'm being honest. Eagles, congratulations on that victory. But wait, no, Lions. It's a best of 5? Yeah. That was 3 wins.
Eagles.
Oh, Eagles. I'm tired. I'm sorry. So congratulations, Eagles. Lions, you guys did very good. That overtime, I'm gonna be real, was absolutely ridiculous. I'm sure you could agree with me. It was exciting, but that was ridiculous. Over 21 saves by the time that overtime rounded out, my brain started blanking as a caster. I mean, like, I couldn't imagine playing that as a player. But congratulations, Eagles. You guys are going to be the winners of our show match here. Oh, wait, no, I'm dumb. The Eagles won that one. Lions are up by 2. So now we still have more to go. I am so sorry, everyone.
All good, all good. A close series, so I understand the confusion to say the least, but last game was kind of riddled with a lot of really weird mistakes. It felt like the Eagles were definitely putting on the pressure on offense, but there's definitely a lot more the Lions could have done to prevent the net being found as much as it was, like Protato's mistouch, for example. But I'm sure that's the kind of mistakes that, because they were able to prevent it in what was technically game 2, but game 1 for us today, I'm sure because they were able to prevent it in the first game, in that sense, that they're able to prevent it now, and I'm sure the adjustments from the Lions will be made.
Got Nano pushing the ball forward. Zydra's stalling out at the midfield, though, allowing Gababy to go forward. So it feels like Zydra's trying to make sure that midfield volley is not as easy, but they did eventually inch forward a little bit to be in there in our victory cam for that goal. We do have replays, so that's kind of nice. No, we don't. I'm stupid. Eagles now have goal number 1. Can they maintain this lead and bring us to match point for both sides? Kaz is going to tell me to shut the heck up on desk and stop talking about goals again. I get it. Now we are at the it's complicated 0-0.
Yeah, and as much as it is complicated,
we can't even get a word in, guys.
Yeah, this is kind of wild. So another own goal from Protato, in a very similar fashion to the first one now, but I don't think the Lions are out of it yet. It's definitely a mistake that they'll be able to wash over.
We'll have to wait and see if they can clean this one up. We do have the ball go in yet again. Gababy getting credited for that one.
The offense for the Eagles is just working right now. They're doing a really good job of punishing mistakes made by the Lions. And it kind of feels like what's going on right now is the Lions just can't find their stride against this Eagles offense. As the first game was kind of ruled, dare I say, by defense, the offense from the Eagles has found a way to consistently find chinks in the armor, and I super respect the adjustments from the Eagles here. Oh, and another goal scored, but this time for the Lions, pulling this game much closer to the lead. Already another scoring opportunity almost made for the Eagles, and Gababy was able to find it instead.
Guys, this is another repeat.
4-2. Oh, and a great fake by Nana, who fakes out the enemy team. Now is looking for a solo play, but the Lions will have none of that. They shove it back into the offensive end, looking for a passing play here, but barely. Potato is not able to connect, and you have to wonder at this point if the playstyle needs to change for the Lions after 2 very similar games like this. And it makes me kind of feel like the Lions have some talking to do in between matches.
They have some talking to do and plenty of time to VOD review amongst themselves. We'll have to see if that gets changed up here. Right now, the Eagles are at match point. Lions already have themselves there, and to lose out on match point is kind of a rough situation to be in. And it does kind of start the mental tilt, I feel like. And that's something that even higher up players struggle with, is not letting yourself tilt when things stop going in your favor. I feel like it's a lot easier to tilt when things were in your favor and then stop going. The reverse sweep is definitely in the cards right now for the Eagles. We're at the 2-minute mark. Eagles up by 4, Lions currently down by 2.
Definitely not a situation that the Lions are unknown to, but their work is cut out for them. They know what they have to do. They have to find a way to break down the Eagles' defense, but as I've had to point out many times before, the Eagles seem to have a very strong defense, and I cast or curse it again, but honestly, the Eagles still don't have a ton to stress about. They're in their zone. They're ahead. All they have to do is play the game they know how to play, and they'll come out on top.
Eagles now, I would suggest trying to find 1 extra goal so there is no buzzer beater opportunity to lead us to tied for a side. But that's still taking fate into your own hands and risking it a bit because you could create a mistake opportunity. But playing solid defense also 100% of the time for the next minute and 45 seconds can be rough. Trust me, I'm trying, and Cat's trying to work together to push this ball forward. Zydra, though, at the midfield, just being that solid defensive wall does stop it from crossing. We have the ball get dug down by Cats. It ends up going to Gababy, who tries to pop it up to Nano. It does hit Potato first, though. Cats tries to come in. The ball is dangerously close to their goal. Trust me, I'm trying. Swoops in just in time. Passing the ball to Cats, who elevates, pushes it past 2, but a double commit from the Eagles does allow them to save that, and the follow-up is not quick enough to capitalize on that unfortunate double commit from the Eagles.
Cats has definitely been the player trying to get creative with this kind of defensive, offensive playstyle that he's got going right now. Lots of really weird bumps, but to go with it, a lot of really interesting flip reset or corner shot takes that he's going for here.
Trust me, I'm trying now. Pops the ball up. Tries to pass it to Potato, but unfortunately there was a challenge coming out from the Eagles. Nano now goes forward. Ball gets sent back to the other side of the field, but trust me, I'm trying. Zydra will pop it up to Nano, who's cherry picking. Sends the ball towards the goal. Double commit between Potato and Cats. Does allow the ball to get saved, and it's not punished immediately. So it looks like those double commits are not being taken advantage of by the Lions. They need to start recognizing them. They've got 28 seconds to figure this one out before the Eagles walk away with the Game 4 victory and force us to a Game 5. Where the Lions really need to figure out what the crack in the armor is. It's right in front of them, but they aren't finding it.
Again, the Lions are not ready to give away this game just yet. Everyone up to make a play. Everyone committed to the offensive half. If they get scored on at this point, it was already over anyways, so they have to make some last-ditch effort plays here.
We are at no time on the clock, and with that, Eagles walk away with the Game 4 victory, bringing us to a Game 5. This is a stressful situation, but it's, you know, as we always say on desk, you got to treat it as though it's 0-0 and treat this like the first game of the series. Don't be calm, cool, and calculated and just let someone run away with the scoreboard, though. It is 0-0. It's the first game, but you already know everything you need to know about these teams. You did the scouting and analysis already. Let's see how this shakes out. We've got 5 minutes to pick a winner.
And I have to wonder if the defense that was so imperative in the first game is going to come out to be a requirement for this game, as a lot of goals were scored in the last one. 7 compared to, you know, this 1 in the first game. So I wonder if the adjustment from the Eagles is going to have to be playing around that defense, because, again, that's what worked for them the first time.
We have Trust Me, I'm trying at the mid, trying to prevent this ball from crossing the midfield. Unfortunately, does have to go all the way back, playing off the back wall. Does choose to set it to the side, but there was no one there. Cats does come in, but a little bit late. Nano in that backfield position again, but the Potato gets in that pass lane from Zydra. Potato now was sending it to the corner. Tries to give it to, I believe, Cats, but overran that one. Now we have Cats and Gababy colliding with one. What is happening? Are they going to stay like that? No, they did not. Okay, I was like, that's not something I'm familiar with. Please don't.
Almost a weird kind of makeshift Rule 1
exactly
that imposed on there, but already we're seeing the Lions defense hold its own as they work together to get down the field, and I have to hand it to them. So far, they're doing a really good job of cutting down these passing plays that are a big part of the Eagles' offense.
Nano now looking to center it up for a teammate, but it looks like Gababy came in just a little bit too late for them to find that centering opportunity. Zydra, though, is going to pass it to Nano, who's in the corner. Backs up a little bit too far to try and get that touch in time, so Potato's going to manage to clear it out. Cats now has Gababy putting a lot of pressure on them. Is this going to be an opportunity for the Eagles to find a goal? We've already crossed almost the 2-minute mark, and no goals have been scored. This is already very reminiscent of that first game of this evening, the second game of the series. We might see an incredibly long game here.
I definitely have to agree there, but gosh, it feels like the shift on the Lions and playing around their defensive end a little bit more is definitely paying dividends, and punishing a mistake from the Eagles here will push them into the lead that they haven't felt for a little while.
We have Potato pushing the ball forward. It dunks it down, but it dunks right onto Nano. Trust me, I'm trying. Goes for off the back wall, but would not have a follow-up anyway from Cats. So Cats going to come in from the return volley. Double commit there from the Eagles. Potato does not capitalize on it immediately. This is what I'm talking about. Eagles double commit on a lot of these saves. You're pushing both defenders out of position. So it's an easy follow-up opportunity. It's just the rotations aren't happening fast enough for the Lions to capitalize on those opportunities.
Yeah, and there's been a couple situations now where the Lions have forced 2 defenders to commit to a play, just like you were talking about, a double commit of sorts, and it feels like the Lions are playing it too slow. They see the mistake, but they just catch the ball. They go for maybe a dribble or some kind of flick, but that play is just too slow to punish that kind of mistake. You give them too much time.
We do have the Eagles find a goal, and then immediately responded to by the Lions. So the Lions are currently up by 1. We have crossed that last 2 minutes and 30 seconds of the series if there's no overtime, so don't quote me on that. It's rough. It's close. Will there be the back half buff for one of these teams? Because it looks like the Lions are the ones finding it right now. 2 back-to-back goals in rapid succession. They may start running away at the scoreline.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. This time, they punished the mistake. 2 defenders went up, and nobody was there. But instead of going for the dribble like they had several times before, Potato found the opening and shot it to the back of the net immediately. That's exactly what needs to happen when you see that kind of mistake. You need to force them to use boost and force them to use what little they have of resources left.
It felt like quite a bit that the Lions were just, once they saw the saves start happening, they just went for a reset as opposed to, like, the hard commit on a reset as opposed to just looking for the follow-up. And now that they're doing that, it seems to be working out. Like, this ball hasn't been volleyed back, and the Eagles are still trying to dig it out. They can't do a volley. They have to do a full control pass and give and go opportunity here in order to get it across the midfield into the back there to the Lions side of the field. Zydra looking to center it up for Nano. We have someone get taken out who I think it was Trust Me I'm Trying, but the ball does some awkward ricochet. We've got Tacky gasping on desk. He didn't manage to get saved. Lions now on the back there to the Eagles side of the field.
I think that was Nano who took the shot, the cherry pick shot. That was possibly, if that went in, that would have been one of the best redirects I've ever seen. It was a negative angle. He hit it at almost 180 degrees. That would have been crazy, but the Eagles not able to find that goal, and if they had, it might have spelled a completely different game for them right now, being only 1 goal away from the equalizer. They have to feel so much more pressure when great shots like that aren't saved by this powerful Lions defense.
We just really got to hope that none of these players have the stream open because we're not trying to add pressure. It's just our job to build suspense. So sorry in advance if you do have the stream open. For future reference, mute it. The ball is right at that goal line, but unfortunately it does not cross it completely, and Nano has to look on as the ball gets cleared to their side of the field. 20 seconds remaining. Lions sitting pretty up by 2 right now. The only thing that can really happen now is if they give up a goal, and then there's a borderline buzzer beater coming through for the Eagles. So I do think the Lions have this Game 5 on lockdown and can walk away with this victory. But they might make me eat my words. These players have in the past lately, but I do believe, yes, we are ticking down. No time left on the clock anymore. Ball hits the ground. That is it, and the Lions walk away with this Game 5 win. And definitely not an easy win by any means, but a well-deserved one.
Very, very many close opportunities there by the end. Eagles were almost able to pull it out just with these slightly off shots, but I have to hand it to the Lions. Some powerful defense played in order to force the Eagles to have to make those weird plays.
Yes, and that was absolutely incredible. So nicely done to everyone who played this evening. And if you are watching and want an opportunity like these players to be seen by expert college recruiters, talk directly to industry insiders like pro athletes, team general managers, and game producers, and you need to join the club. Esports Tower players get insider access to industry insights with our featured rumbles, and recruiters are taking notice of these events as well. It's a great way to score exposure if you're looking to start your path to pro or land a collegiate scholarship. All right, it is time. We brought it up earlier to do the thing.
Oh, God.
Go quick.
I guess Cran. I have to go with Cran, and if not him, Sketch.
Oh, still sick of TV. You know, we didn't even get the opportunity to do it, but, you know, prod. Oh, it's a guess? Oh, McNuggets. Okay. I'm going to go with Cran, just because Cran was such a... Oh, we have to, they're going to give us 3 and we got to guess. This is evil. This is a new game that production's playing on us. So far our candidates are Still Sick of TV, Zevrix. I think the last one's probably Cran. I do have to think the last one's probably Cran that's going to get thrown in this mix.
Or Potato even?
Cran. Okay, so I am torn between Cran and Still Sick of TV.
I'm going to take Still Sick of TV here. I think while Cran was involved in a lot of goal-scoring opportunities in the first series that we've watched today, I think Still Sick of TV, finding the back of the net for the majority of those will make the big difference.
I think I agree with you.
Yeah. And hopefully we'll find out soon.
And the ICCU player of the game is going to be Still Sicko TV! The ICCU player of the game is brought to you by the Idaho Central Credit Union, who believes a great player makes a team more successful. Just like Idaho Central's helping members achieve financial success, Still Sicko TV is your Idaho Central Credit Union player of the game. As we prepare to close out this match, do you have any big takeaways?
Defense, I think, definitely seemed to be the win-all for this set of series today. We had a lot of offense in one series in particular, but defense played the cleanest Rocket League so far.
I cannot argue with that. Defense can become your greatest offense. That is something that applies to soccer, basketball, and football. Well, congratulations to all of our teams tonight in the Fennec Cup bracket for our Week 3 Spring Rumble. The Swerve were able to come out on top of this week, and that could mean big things for them going forward. Don't forget that Week 2 Fennec Cup, the champion was the Spiders, Don't forget the Week 2 Fennec champion, the Spiders, won our Octane Cup bracket last week. Who will come out on top of Week 4? Make sure to come back next week at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to find out. We'll close out today with the top 5 presented by the Idaho Army National Guard, who invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time, with more than 10 jobs offering $20,000 in scholarships and your degree of choice paid for. The Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. Reach out to them at iGuard Gaming.
so high in life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I'll just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, Mistaken if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be, but I don't want to want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I have lost you, get the thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be, but I don't want to want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I have lost you, get the thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Lying in the darkness, wondering if you're heartless. 'Cause you don't let me see the light. That you don't really want me, you just wanna call me. But only on the lonely nights. You give me just enough that I don't give up. You give me just enough to keep me begging for your love. Locked away, you save me for a rainy day. Locked away, till you need me, I'll stay. Locked away, and you don't care, it hurts to wait. Locked away, locked away, locked away, locked away. Locked away. Locked away. I cannot escape this, even though you make it. You make it seem like I'm still free. But baby, just admit it, you would fucking miss it. 'Cause you like the hold you have on me. So you give me just enough that I don't give up. You give me just enough to keep me begging for your love. Locked away,
Welcome to the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. Tonight you are joining us for Mountain West Overwatch, and we are right now, ECAC Overwatch, excuse me, but it does feel very momentous still because we are in playoff season and Boise State is ready to face off against an old rival, SCAD. That's the Savanna College of Art and Design. The Broncos are looking to win this quarterfinals, and they've got their work cut out for them. I'm your host, Jacob Jem Palmer, joined by Artie Nerdy Rain. And Nerdy, you can provide us with a bit of history on SCAD since Boise State's faced them before. What can we expect from them?
Well, I'll be completely honest. Kind of like the Bronco-Wombo combo for quite a bit of these games. On the maps that it's able to be played is our Brawl composition. However, SCAD is definitely able to go toe-to-toe with the Brawl for the Broncos. And so we do scrim them quite frequently. We actually scrimmed them 2 weeks ago prior to this game. So we're pretty aware both sides are. We have heavily scouted one another and know what comps we're going to pull out on which maps, especially the ones that are standard here for the ECAC pool and the rotations that we run for ECAC. So with that in mind, I anticipate he who wins the fight first and wins first point, especially on this first map, is going to result in the other team, depending on the ultimate charges, to do a complete composition swap and not just try to go mirror. So anticipate a lot of transitions and a lot of fast changes for both of these teams.
Yeah, a lot of fixation on being first in the analysis you tend to give. He who ults first, he who wins first, he who gets the pick first. So we'll see if Boise State can pull that off. But since we are talking right now about maps and modes, let's go over the general rules for this tournament and how things are going to shake out. It is a best of 5 with the map order being Control, Escort, Hybrid, and Assault. Speaking of the 6v6, we have got Boise State right now up on the stage, ready to play in here live. It's always fun to have a live match, but especially since it's a live match, we want to remind these players of Doc's keys to the game in Overwatch, and that's never to take a fair fight, and that means to take fights in unexpected places when your opponents are unprepared and when you can have tempo advantages. Doc's keys to the game are brought to us by Drop-In Gaming, the premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. You can play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you are new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop-In Gaming has the right games and competition for you. Sounds like we're ready to drop into the first game right now here. Once again, this is Boise State versus SCAD, Savanna College of Art and Design. Will the Broncos feel the sting of SCAD? We're going to find out. They have certainly before, because last time I think they went up against SCAD, SCAD won. So the Broncos definitely, though, they have a few new players like Matt Merck since they last faced SCAD. So it looks like they are going to be ready to go, and we're going to be starting out on Lijon.
And it does look like, I'm not sure which side we're looking at, but we've got a Sombra dive comp going from the blue side. That's most likely the Broncos. I do know they've been working quite a bit on that Sombra play, but SCAD has as well. That's going to come down to being able to scout out where that Sombra is and take away the abilities that she gives. There's a lot of value that comes from having to just spend a lot of time spy checking, and attention is a resource, so that D.Va needs to make sure that they're splitting their time equally between looking for that Sombra and still participating in the play. It does look like both teams actually, no, it is just one team. It's going to be SCAD with Lilith coming out on that Sombra.
And as the Broncos make their way toward the point, both teams are going to be fighting, knock down, drag him out in this brawl comp. We see Kel gets hacked first off by that Sombra. Going to go down to about half health as well as Goblin, but they do manage to heal up. Now Matt getting right in the face of SCAD's Reinhardt and is going to be the first pick. And this could be the first team fight one you were talking about, Nerdy, with 1 pick and then 2. Boise State looks like they're going to take this point.
Well, the important thing here for the Boise State comp is to facilitate Goblin. So once Goblin gets full beam charge on that Symmetra, that is what was Matt's go hit that W key button. He just went past the Reinhardt and started swinging, knowing that Ryan had 2 options: either get eviscerated by the shield, by the full charge Symmetra, or to try and protect his team. And unfortunately, he chose to get eviscerated, and then his team followed suit.
Now Boise State going to go past about 25%. Going to teleport back onto point as the photon barrier does go online. Is going to be burned by Goblin. Matt Merck also bringing the Shatter on. We'll see when he decides to use that. Right now, Car Wash is going to be set up by Goblin as Boise State is still maintaining defense on this point. Donnie takes a hit, goes down to about half health. Despite a lot of damage being traded between the two teams, no picks quite yet as Snape is going to be using that Coalescence. They try to make their way onto the point alone, taking out the Immortality Field. And right now, Goblin trying to push so much damage onto SCAD, and with the Reinhardt and Lilith also being eliminated, that is another hold for Boise State.
We did exhaust Shatter there as well as Wall, but Wall's already almost recharged. Kell's coming up on that self-destruct, and we almost have the amplification mages coming out from Chosen. Bagel did drop beat because of how much damage was coming out because of that Coalescence not getting shattered. Now we've got the Reinhardt for Scad getting close to their ult as well, and Reaper and D.Va. So let's hope they don't pop all 3 ultimates right away and attempt to win this fight. Otherwise, Boise State will have an easy retake opportunity coming off of a point loss.
There goes the self-destruct out. You can hear the Broncos yelling about it, but they're going to have another idea. They're going to use that Death Blossom, get a triple, follow that up by a quad, and Plato is still out for blood. He's going to get 5, and that's going to be another hold for the Broncos.
That was beautiful, and I anticipate that being the play of the game. Plato, if you can't top that yourself, someone else might take it away, but I think that's it for this map. That was pretty spicy.
Oh, there's going to be a little bit of contest here from Scad as they need to keep this going by any means necessary, and that's a good shatter. Going to be taking out Plato. Chosen and Goblin are next to fall, and with just no time left to spare, Scad gets their first point.
That's okay. They did switch over to that Wrecking Ball and the Symmetra in order to get that retouch. It's something that a lot of teams have started incorporating is that last-ditch effort. Instead of trying to go for a faster DPS, go for a DPS that can facilitate everyone else getting there, and that is that Symmetra. However, Symmetra has no charge on their ultimate. They also had to lose out on their tank ults as well. Going this next fight, they really have Death Blossom and Window. Those 2 things together can work, but Kell's probably going to have Defense Matrix to eat it all, so good luck on that working out, and Goblin just pops Wall. And it's a GG for Boise State. We'll see if they can maintain this one as we've got Plato already pushing forward and pushing down that health bar for Snape.
But Scad's using everything that they have, and Boise State's going to have to watch out for this Death Blossom being brought out by Alone, but it doesn't look like picks up anyone. Instead, Bagel's eliminating Donnie. Goblin picks it up, and there goes a remake from Kell. Is going to make some more presence on the point, and the turret takes out Alone as well. I think Boise State, you were right, Nerdy, is going to be pressing GG at this moment, taking the first game. That should do it unless someone from Scad can get onto the point. Right now, it doesn't look like it, and that's the first win for the Broncos.
All right, so we know both teams can pull out that Symmetra and make it work out. I mean, Lilith, for switching over so late, you did a fabulous job on it. This next point, if it's Gardens, we're most likely going to see a window teleport. If it is going to be Control Center, yes, it is going to be, well, sorry, Night Market. So we're probably going to see that window teleport. Both teams are aware that these teams like to pull this one out. There is some huge counters that can be brought out, especially double bubble into that bunker comp, but it has to be played absolutely perfectly. Or you can honestly just try and go for the boot play. We do have Goblin immediately starting out on the Symmetra. We'll find out if he chooses to stick with it based off of where he places the teleporter. If it's right out the spawn, they're swapping to something else. If they're taking it all the way to the doorway, then yes, they're sticking with it. We also see that Scad is pulling out that Doomfist, and get in and get out can be powerful, but you have to make sure you aren't getting eviscerated in the process.
Both teams go charging toward the point and are going to be using that teleport. There goes Boise State and Scad as well. It looks like the Broncos were a little bit quicker, though, onto the point, and Lilith's going to be the first one taken out, but it's quickly answered back as Matt Merck is eliminated, followed by Goblin. And unlike the first fight, Scad might find their first win here. Not if Plato has anything to say about it, eliminating Alone, but Plato's taking a lot of damage and is eliminated by the Reinhardt, picking up a double, now a triple, and that's going to tip it towards Scad.
Doomfist is extremely powerful in the Symmetra composition when it comes to getting onto that point. If your team doesn't get in first, you can just the amount of disruption that a Doomfist can create. And honestly, that Doomfist went in and took out 3 before they went down. I mean, a 1-1 trade with a support versus a Doomfist, unless it's Bagel on the Lucio, most likely will get back before that support. So that creates so much value. It now comes down to if Boise State can counter that, and they've chosen to swap Goblin over onto that Reaper to take care of that Doomfist.
There goes a Shatter being brought out by Scad as well as an Amp Matrix. Going to be answered back by Boise State's own Shatter, but right now it's just a couple of picks for Scad, bringing out the Primal Fury to just snowball this and keep the possession firmly in favor of Scad.
It seems like Boise State did not have a full-fledged plan ready there. It was definitely Matt Merck responding rather than anticipating that Shatter to go off. They need to be ult-tracking between these fights, anticipating that they have that the sound barrier coming online, that Lilith is close to that ultimate, that they have the Doomfist Meteor Strike online as well. I'm going to sound like a broken record. If you get the ults off first, most likely you're going to win. But the thing is, knowing your target before you go in is insanely huge here. So we've got Plato pushing forward, trying to scout out where this Doomfist might be as well. Looking to drop Blizzard, just cut off the Reinhardt. We hear Amp go down and Blizz.
There goes the Blizz as well as the Sound Barrier trying to keep the Broncos alive, and they're going to pick up that Reinhardt, and that's been a very crucial pick for Boise State in the past, but the Photon Barrier is going to be brought out by Lilith. Snape also sniped there by Goblin, and there goes a great Flame Strike onto Lilith as well. Both DPS is gone for Scat as Boise State makes their way onto the point, trying to take out this Lucio, who isn't going to be able to survive. There goes a huge charge there into Scat, and Boise State takes the point back.
So they spent Blizzard and they spent Beat in order to win that fight, but we also did see that Scad spent their Beat as well. Lilith does not have Wall, they do not have Meteor Strike. They're heavily relying on this Earth Shatter and then the Amplification Matrix to zone Boise State into specific areas to facilitate this push forward. That can be difficult if Boise State follows Doc's key of taking fights in unexpected places, but that's a great window. However, it's easily kited because Bagel's there with speed. Snape gets sniped by Matt Merck's Fire Strike.
Yeah, the Snape snipe happens again, and Matt Merck is just swinging happy. That monkey going out of the way at the last moment. There is a shatter you were talking about. Plato's going to fall victim to it, but thanks to Death Blossom, Goblin is keeping things even and slightly in favor of the Broncos. And there goes Alone as well, and the Broncos stage another hold.
We did see that the Primal Rage was popped out just to allow Donnie to get out of point. That's a huge sustain and stall type of ultimate. Not really something you want to be expelling there just to get out. We do have Lilith swapping over to that Reaper, so no more Symmetra, and we have Donnie swapping over to the D.Va, so we're going for almost Mirror Cut, but we got Alone still on that Doomfist. However, I feel like the way that the DPS synergized for the Broncos might be stronger, but a whiff shatter from Matt Merck will turn the tides immediately.
And with the tides turned, Boise State is going to have to play these next few seconds very crucially, as Plato actually wants to keep the charge going for the Broncos. Stall them out. Look at that. He's going to at least bring them to 72.
Plato, you are bold, and that was perfectly timed between the cryo and the wall to keep yourself up a little bit longer. We have Kel getting positioned to touch. Alone is going to be close to that Meteor Strike. They also have another Amplification Matrix, but Bagel and Chosen both have their support ults online. Those two things can facilitate a lot of space and a lot of sustain for the Broncos if they claim it well. We have Kel going in immediately, taking that a lot of damage, but will sustain because the support ults aren't playing out for the Broncos.
Getting right in the face of this Bat, but isn't going to be able to take him out. The Lantern, just at the right time for Scat, but Kel still hanging in there. We see Self-Destruct also being out by Donnie, as well as the Death Blossom, keeping Scat's position on the point, and I think we're going to the third stage here.
All right, it is time for Control Center. The Broncos might pull out what they refer to as the quote-unquote funny comp, which is really just a heavy damage composition where you bring out that Junkrat and you bring out the Symmetra. However, knowing that Alone likes to do I wouldn't be surprised if we see Goblin just say nah to the junk and choose to go with the Doomfist instead and go for the challenge. And in that case, most likely going to see a soft engage into White Room for the Broncos, but mainly want to capitalize on point space control. But that also means that's exactly what Scad's going to be wanting to do as well. Well,
this stage being different from the other two and just being so much more enclosed does invite those Junkrat picks to be brought out, like you were saying, Nerdy. So... but we still probably are going to see just kind of the brawl comp that the Broncos, and we do in fact see Plato is going to be bringing on that Junkrat, and they're going to use that teleport to try to get there first. That's a huge double by Plato right off the bat. That is, he's not stopping. He's still going, and Boise State is certainly going to pick up the first point.
That was absolutely amazing, Plato. You are a monster on the J Silly. That was beautiful. However, they did not. It does not look like they took out the teleporters, so the respawns are going to be here. Claiming space is going to be difficult for the Broncos. They have not locked down point yet either. Finally unlocks, and they're being forced back on their back heels. Not something they want to be doing. They needed to have maintained that space and let their Lucio take the point, but they didn't take that TP out in time.
Another great mine thrown out onto Lilith, and this Junkrat's just having a field day. Look at Donnie also caught up in the turret.
I already have my ICC player of the game in my sights right now.
I know, with the Death Blossom on Gardens and now this, and unfortunately he's not going to use that Rip Tire, but right now it looks like the Broncos still have control.
They still got Donnie while they were dead! I love Junkrat. I can't play him.
It's the ultimate thing of spite. It's like, okay, I died, but at least I took you out with me.
Yeah, that Total Mayhem can be a really irksome. We also have 3 ults online for the Broncos to the 1 coming out from Scad. Doomfist is not getting enough value because these spikes aren't taking long enough, and Plato's just eating the other team alive. We have the Immort come out from Chosen as well to maintain and sustain their team, though Alone is doing the best they can. They are very low.
I mean, Plato wants to just get all the players of the game in the first stage here. He just wants to claim it and leash on and leave no debate for the rest of the night.
I understand. It's okay, Plato. Do your thing.
He's going to continue launching bombs into that narrow hallway, and Scad tries to get through here. Boise State has already claimed 65%. Lilith going down to half health, manages to heal up. Now they're Lucio also facing a bit of pressure from the Broncos. Donnie taking a lot of damage, and there goes the Earth Shatter. Doesn't look like it gets it. Probably did get Goblin, though, and so that is Boise State now down one. The first time they have that, they're going to be using the Sound Barrier in response. There goes the Gravitic Flux, is going to catch out Matt Merck, and Donnie continues by eliminating Bagel. Matt Merck falls as well as Kel. That's going to be the point given up by Boise State.
All right, that was both tank ults, though. However, Scad still has 4 in their back pocket. Broncos coming up on 4 as well. This is going to be a matter of where these ultimates are used and how well they're followed up on for the Broncos to come out on top. If they can force out Alone's ultimate because he gets too greedy and goes for an engage too soon here and uses it to get out, that'll be huge. But Kel needs to remember that they have that Reaper ult. However, massive Shatter's going to turn the tides.
Oh, but that Flame Strike picks up a double as well. The Broncos getting a little bit too eager in line. Right out there on the Meteor Strike onto Goblin and Matt Merck. And a lone clutch play for Scad is going to keep them in control.
Oh, my nuggets. All right, so Kel's got a DMAC and Suicide off the map because that's what you do as a diva at that point. They've got time, though. There is 60 seconds still before Scad closes out this map with a 100. Broncos only need 15 seconds of point control to do it themselves. We've got a Shatter for one side, not for the other, but we've got a self-destructed wall, which can be huge engaging. We've got a nice TP to a wall here from Goblin to start this fight.
Oh, they're going to walk right into that Shatter, and Donnie's going to follow that up, and the Broncos fall again, only having the turret as the bit of solace. Plato's trying to turn it around by eliminating Lilith, but we only have Kel here with the Baby Diva eliminated, and another push by the Broncos is denied.
Okay, ults are pretty equal now. The only thing that's really going to be risky is if Alone's not taken care of fast enough, that Meteor Strike is going to spell bad news for either Plato or Goblin or both, or if Kel is in Pilot Diva form. However, the Broncos really need to make sure that they're aware that Alone is this close to this ultimate, and they need to facilitate Matt Mark getting in here and getting this Earth Shatter off, picking up at least one. It doesn't matter if it only shatters 2 people. Just make sure you take out one of them.
Lilith getting a very crucial pick onto Plato right when the Broncos can't afford it. They're going to throw out the self-destruct as a last-ditch attempt, but it's eaten up by the Immortality Field. And the Broncos, for such a great start, have completely fallen to Scad, who manages to keep the point unless Bagel is going to try to red it. Lucio is trying to keep it alive. Going up against the right. Hit the shield. He's got to get past it. And there goes a Riptire. Doesn't quite look like it's going to pick up anyone from Scad. And the Broncos, despite a valiant effort, looks like they are not going to be able to take the point unless I've spoken too soon. There goes Matt Merkin, might be able to spin the win on this Wrecking Ball, as well as the Immortality Field. Broncos still have some fight in them. That's good.
Donnie and Lilith go down!
Can they do it? It looks like they actually have!
Oh no, Alone is
let's
back
see.
in, and we got a Baby Diva on point, but they go down in the shadow.
That's a huge shatter, though, but he's the only one on point. The Baptiste coming in for a bit of backup. Can the Broncos survive? It's Goblin and Bagel standing on the point heroically, and they get taken out, and how close could that have been?
Okay, that was control. This is fine. This is still a best of 5. Broncos can bring
I
it
don't know
back.
if I can handle a best of 5 after that. That was insane. Of course, playing the game. We have to give it to Plato, though.
I don't think either one of us on desk are surprised nor can argue with the game on this one. We called it as soon as we saw this. This was a 5-piece. Like, spicy. Absolutely spicy, Plato.
Yep, quintuple there. Great job for Plato. Unfortunately, that's going to be the only win Broncos had for that one. Scad staging a great comeback and managing to prove to be a formidable force for the Broncos. Well, I think after a very close loss like that, I think we need to give the Broncos maybe a little time to compose themselves. I need to compose myself. So let's just head it to a quick break, and we'll be back. You do not want to miss this, though. It's very competitive. Boise State versus Scad, Game 2 after this.
NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Welcome back to the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena, and you're currently joining us in an ECAC postseason quarterfinal matchup against Boise State and SCAD, and this is one of the toughest competitors the Broncos have gone up against. They lost just barely when it came to Legion. They lost in the third stage. It came down to the last fight, and they just didn't quite get it, but as Nerdy said before the break, let's just control. We're ready to continue going here, and the Broncos are ready to rally back.
Yes, and that also, when you lose the first map, it means that you get the second map pick, and I do believe the pick is going to be Savanna for the Broncos going into this next one, which is one that they are quite strong on. I mean, even against what I would consider like one of their long-standing rivals in Bay State, they held for an incredibly long time, getting very little distance on that payload, so they're fully capable of going toe-to-toe with SCAD on this map. I think it ultimately is going to come down to anticipating ultimates a little bit better, because I feel like one of the things that Broncos felt guilty to now is previously it was dropping like 3 ults a fight. They're doing better about that, but now it is the anticipating the ultimates because they aren't giving as due respect to the other team for the amount of value that each player is getting, so they aren't ready for the ults to be online as fast as they are.
Well, it looks like you are right. Savanna is indeed the next choice, and from what I'm hearing back on the stage, the Broncos are certainly rallying themselves up, doing a bit of desk pounding, just ready to rally back, and we're going to see how they do. And ultimately, as they head into Savanna, that means SCAD's probably going to get choice of side then.
Yes, and most likely SCAD is going to be on defense. Typically, if you get the choice of side, you always go defense first because you can lock down. You set the win condition when you're on the defensive side, whereas being on the offensive side, you are at the will of the gods of the game and your own skill level to, place the payload as far as possible. And so being on attack first is a little bit rough, but you got the advantage of getting to pick the map you wanted. And I'm anticipating, honestly, here to see a very close hold. But if this is the Broncos on attack and we're running Baps Zen, we also see that they're scouting the high ground. And I really do think this is probably the Broncos because Zenyatta is one of the heroes that we know that Chosen is kind of a warlord on. But I could be wrong. We'll have to wait and see, but I really do think that's the Broncos.
Yeah, whenever the Broncos, whenever Chosen is playing Zen, he just basically becomes the third DPS and how good he is. And right now we see the defending team is ready. And as here we go, and Boise State isn't just doing that. It looks like actually they are going to be going pirate ship here.
Got the Bassie to counter the close hold from SCAD with the wall to get them on high ground. Absolutely devious.
And that's going to pay off for them as they're able to take out Lucio. Is going to follow that up by taking out the Cassidy. Taking a lot of damage right now, but still staying alive. And there goes a heroic charge in from the Reinhardt to try to keep SCAD alive. But right now, for all that excitement, Boise State has not taken the payload.
They are now. They wanted to make sure that they just lock down that fight.
Okay,
full
okay.
Payload control. They're not playing Protect the President, though.
Okay.
You really don't want to do that when there's so much easy high ground access for a defending team here. So we got Goblin swapping over to that Hanzo, get ready to do some dirty Logzo shots, as Bagel is actually going to be the one on the Zen here.
And Plato also swapping over to the Ash, as we can see. Boise State is going to have to face Donut right off. Donnie, excuse me, right off of that high ground. And there he goes, an over Discord thrown onto Scad there. Mad Merc taking some damage, going to throw down the shield. Peppering a little bit of damage between Donnie and Lucio, but right now Boise State hasn't really been able to push the payload any farther. Goblin might change that, though, by eliminating Alone, and Donnie is taken out of their mech, quickly followed up, and with that win, Broncos keep pushing forward.
So yeah, they got off the payload, but what the Broncos did there was insanely strong. What they did was they flipped, and they actually decided to split around the other team. So they were no longer in the advantageous position to be able to back up. They corralled them into that corner by flipping the point and choosing to pinch them off. That is something we might see more of going forward if they do another stall here on this first point. Especially because Broncos only have... Oh, no, Broncos have 3 on the payload. There is going to be another fight here, but it might go down very fast because the ults are in favor of the Broncos.
Ult is going to be thrown out onto Scad as the Blizzard is pushed onto the Broncos. Trade back and forth between Bagel and Lilith. Alone, and Snape now taken out, and the Broncos look like they're going to be getting to this first checkpoint, just staggering out Donnie and that Lucio mid-air.
And the wave onto Donnie. Oh, that's cruel. I get it. You're staggering the Pilot Diva. Everyone has respawn. Now kill him. Kill him, kill him, kill him. Whoa.
This is going for
hard stagger. Oh, that was dirty.
Onto the remake as well.
We've got 3 ults in the back pocket of the Broncos, 2 for Savanna College of Arts and Design. They've got the Shatter Bomb combo, but you really can't combine those two together, especially into a double shield composition coming out for the Broncos. I anticipate, honestly, here, if the Broncos carry this one through this one, probably in a fight, maybe 2 fights, most likely a fight and a half, that we're going to see a double bubble swap comp for the side of Scad.
Ooh, look where you step. That self-destruct, eliminating Goblin and Chosen. But Bob is the hero for the Broncos. He is just going to push them all outside the factory, allow the Broncos to keep moving forward.
So, yeah, that was self-destruct. We still have Shatter online. Almost have both support ults for the side of Scad. We've got Bagel, though, ready with that ultimate. We do see the swap over to the Monkey, so I don't anticipate a full hold here for Scad. They may not even try. It looks like perhaps Tracer's going to get a touch and then followed up by Diva. Yeah, so they're going to go for it, but this is a rough comp to try to push in here and close out a fight victory with Alone already going down.
And Transcendence is going to keep Boise State alive while Donnie is facing a whole lot of damage out into Pilot Diva form, and Winston is also eliminated, so Boise State is just more than happy to get more picks and the second checkpoint now.
That's a lot of damage.
It is. Where's the flex tape when you need it?
Obviously, the Broncos are keeping it away from Scad. Donnie, I think it's about time you make a swap over to the Zarya here, maybe. Nah, never mind. I understand the Diva. We do still... The ultimates are not in favor of Scad here. That swap and taking that fight where they did, they could have just waited out for those doors to drop and be a full 6-man squad and wait for Boise State to try and spread, but they chose not to, and so they did not charge their ultimates as much as they needed to. They only have Beat, which is going to have to be used in response to Kel's ultimate, but if they pick a target, they're going to melt him, and Lilith is already gone.
Bagel also looks like got hacked there, but Lilith, that hack isn't really going to do anything as Lilith gets taken out. Now Donnie out of their mech, and right now Boise State is doing a very good job so far of just kind of swapping places with Scad and now firing back on them, and Alone is also going to be staggered out, and Boise State, great showing here, and oh, that poor Tracer.
It does look like I saw Lilith is still alive over behind the Broncos. I'm not positive. Yes, Lilith is. This is something that the Broncos are pretty bad about, I'll be honest. If you're listening, this is one of their Achilles heels. Scouting out a Sombra who's already respawned because they were taken out so early, they can just camp behind the Broncos because their spy checking is a little lackluster. Especially with the comp they have right now, spy checking, unless Goblin dedicates his sonars to right behind them, is gonna not be an easy job to accomplish, as we already have Plato dropping out the bomb. We hear Coalescence and Snape get dropped as well.
There goes Coalescence, but Bob again. It seems like Scad gets a bit of a foothold, but then Bob just turns it around for the Broncos. But Snape is still making a fight of that. Matt Merck almost getting pushed off the edge, trying to go up against that Primal Rage. And manages to survive as the Winston is eliminated by Kel.
I'll be honest, what the Broncos are doing here is absolutely incredible. Flipping the point in so that they can surround and conquer when they drop one hero, or even just doing it when they see the opportunity to do so, is just making it extremely difficult for Scad to gain space. And space is a resource that you drastically need no matter what point you are on here for an Overwatch game.
Self-destruct and EMP pushed on to Boise State. 2 are going to get hacked, but Goblin's still making a fight of it by eliminating the Winston. Very low on health. It is going to be Bagel, though, manages to survive, and health might not be a concern for the Broncos as the Transcendence goes online, and Matt Merck getting the first pick onto Lilith. They have almost gotten to the final checkpoint. They just need one more team fight when they're going to... It looks like, I thought a supercharger was dropped there. No, Matt Merck is still a ways out from it. Transcendence is going to be used, though, by Bagel, and he manages to pick up one. That's a whole team wipe for the Broncos. You might as well call that the ace of aces. That gets the point for Boise State.
Minute and 21 seconds still on the clock is quite the time bag for Savanna. I mean, it's really, really difficult to get over the 2-minute mark here for Savanna. I just feel like it's just one of those maps where getting over a minute is a great position to be in. Broncos, you have solidified the fact that no matter what, even if Scad brings us all the way to point 3 themselves, we're going to see an overtime. We're going to see a round 3 and a round 4. That's where you want to be. This is just one of those maps that it's the long haul when you're going against a team that is as well-rounded as Scad.
The Broncos definitely sound fired up on stage as well.
Shouting 0 is Plato, so he is hell-bent on verifying that they don't even get checkpoint 1.
Yeah, and just making sure that this is the only view Scad will get of that lighthouse.
Well, in all honesty, Scad did not roll out on the best comp for a close hold, and the Broncos are going to show them how you do it and how you do it right. You're going to see the complete well-rounded close hold comp if they choose to do it. It does look like, yes, they're doing it. If our observer gets in real close, we'll see some goofy shenanigans taking place between getting D.Va closer to that door. At the 3-second mark before the doors drop, they're going to go in front of that payload to make sure that they remove as much time as possible for Scad to swap over compositions to prevent the close hold from happening. Let's see if Scad responds with the Bassie like Boise State did for the close holds.
Yeah, but I want to see I want to see these alleyways some more. I just want to see how much. Okay, now we move on to the close hold there. That's a huge wall there. It's going to catch out that D.Va who just goes running back into spawn. Both immortality fields thrown down. They're going to get eliminated. Boise State now trying to continue to hold this point, but there's another great wall, but they all charge past it though, so it's not going to split up the Broncos too much. Chosen is able to take Donnie out of their mech as well as Matt Merck being eliminated, but now Goblin taking out Donnie. It's answered back, and those 2 picks from Savanna College of Art and Design looks like they're going to take this first payload.
When you do the close hold fight here, if you lose your main tank or you lose your Baptiste, it's typically just a stagger on the payload as long as possible and then get the reset going, and especially because Scad is choosing to only place 1 person on payload here. Boise State is going to be able to have the opportunity to get 1, possibly 2 more fights if they're done fast enough here. So we'll have to see. Hopefully they check the corner and are aware of the D.Va. They are, and they're going to push onto her immediately.
Unfortunately, that looks like a whiff there on that wall. Boise State is just going to close the door on Scad. Now managed to get onto the payload as Alone brings out this Deadeye. Is just going to try to zone Boise State. Oh, no, it's in fact going to pick up Chosen. Goblin, though, is getting it back onto the Reinhardt. And right now, Scad is even, but that goes down 1. And now Boise State continuing with a double from Plato. Looks like they are going to hold them.
Oh no, Alone, you're down though, that's okay. Plato cleaned up.
Like he is in fact going to survive there.
Kel is in a rough situation. There is no jump off or take a dip into the water here. This has got to be a slow fight for the Broncos until Kel gets their mech back. But thankfully, Scad's not running dives, so they should be okay as long as they maintain pressure here.
Just going to pepper. Oh, and the Lucio as well.
That's unluckers.
Right now, Boise State still managing to hold the point as Scad is going to be using their Shatter. Matt Merck gets caught up in it, but manages to survive thanks to that immortality field. Now Alone picking up a double, and Plato's going to get frozen. That's going to be a fight 1 for Boise State, but it looks like they still probably have 1 left.
Yes, Kel can probably get in and get a touch, but it might be or sacrifice his mech as well in the process. Going to wait till the absolute last opportunity to touch. We're going to be going into 2 ults to 4 ults on the side of Savanna, so the advantage is in the favor of Savanna College. It comes down to placement and getting a first pick here for Broncos in order to come out on top.
They did manage to get onto the point for a full team fight. There goes the self-destruct thrown out by Kel, as well as the sound barrier alone, bringing out another Deadeye. And there goes the self-destruct from Donnie. And with a double buy alone, it looks like Scat has taken this. Unless Goblin turns it around, he's only able to take out the Lucio. Right now, Boise State's still managing to face a lot of pressure, but it does look like they are at least holding Scad longer on attack.
Almost crossing that 1 minute threshold, but 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock as we enter point 2 is a rough situation to be in. Broncos are in a great composition to hold inside here, but they need to start taking away some of the space that Scad is managing to gain here very quickly. I mean, the Broncos did not push forward this far. However, pushing that far forward with, I believe, okay, it's Lucio who's back on payload now, not the Baptiste. That would have been a risky play.
And it does seem like Scad is only really committing 1 person to the payload at the time, whereas the Broncos did push 3 people on the payload at times to get a little faster, and is able to actually get safe. I thought once that wall went up, he had no chance.
I'm going to be honest, if we see that later, I think the immortality was up, but the game was like, no, it's not. Good luck, goodbye.
There, Plato also with a punch is going to eliminate Donnie, and there goes the Blizzard eaten by Kel as well. He's going to now get Lilith back for using that Blizzard, and Boise State holding Scad once more in the factory.
And we do have Matt Merck back, so full team is available for the Broncos. Snape immediately pops that amplification matrix, forcing the Broncos to rotate and take better positioning to counter that. And they have, because it just wasn't in a good spot for Scad to continue to capitalize on.
There goes the Shatter, is going to get Lilith, who walked through, but speaking of getting caught out, that self-destruct is also eliminating Bagel, and Alone and Donnie making a fight on it, but Matt Merck with a Flame Strike is able to take out their Reinhardt. Trades back and forth between the 2 teams, and Donnie now eliminating Chosen. All that's left is Matt Merck, and he can't hold it himself, and that's a take for Scad.
All right, Broncos are looking to do something very similar to what Scad did, but they're going to wait till the last second, and they're not going to swap comps here just yet. They have ults coming online. They have the Blizzard, they have the Deadeye, they have Amp, they have Beat, and they're going into just a Deadeye, Amp, and Beat coming out from Scad. If we can get the touch here coming out from Kel. Actually, no, the full team's going to be able to touch. The Deadeye with the amplification matrix can be quite deadly with a wall off on the Rhine here.
And a double on the Deadeye stops Scad right in their tracks, but one Deadeye is going to be answered back with another as Bagel gets eliminated. But with 3 picks by Boise State, that is most definitely going to be a hold.
Well, something that you got to keep in mind is that, like, when you go down one, you've got 2 options. You either respond with an ultimate or immediately get a pick thereafter, and that's what something that Elevote works on with the Broncos. It's coining ultimates. What are you willing to pay because you have already spent so much? And Scad did not respond in the way that was optimal for them to retake, so they had no choice but to give up that fight.
Plato now is going to use that wall to safely plant the Blizzard. How many from Scad are going to get frozen? Doesn't look like too many, actually, as the self-destruct goes out by Donnie, but Chosen doing work, taking out the Immortality Field and Lilith. That's a huge shatter, though, right onto Plato. Could be evening it up. Right now, Scad has only 30 seconds left. It looks like they do indeed are going to take the final checkpoint.
I think that was a solo shatter onto Plato, nonetheless.
Wow, just to rub the salt. But now, this is the good position for Boise State. It looks like they're just going to, at least if it goes to overtime, have more time than Scad does.
Yep, I think you're right. I do believe, and if I am wrong, I am extremely tired and it's time for me to go to bed. I do believe it's impossible for anyone to get payload from that second point to the end of the road here on Savanna in 20 seconds. And now, as I'm going to finish out that statement, the Broncos have locked in the fact that they will have more time than Scad, but the high ground advantage plus the swaps on the DPS here
Whoa,
might be the
Goblin!
magic.
Peppering damage right now onto Donnie is going to be taken out of their mech. Amp Matrix thrown down by Chosen, also by Snape. Whole lot of damage being pushed onto that payload as Goblin tries to get some sneaky snipes here up through the caps, and that's a good pick by Plato. Lilith throws out their Blizzard, though, keeping it even between the team 5v5.
Alone has that Deadeye, but there's a lot of natural cover here on this map for the defensive side to avoid that, so long as they are aware and are ready to have to take natural cover, because they did lose Bagel on that Lucio in favor of the Zen, which I get. They're going for the spam comp here. It's not so much the gain space, it's pick a corridor, make a kill box, and kill them in that space, as they've already taken out Lilith. So they're up by 1, and the only option here is to either drop Beat or, you know, drop Deadeye or get out.
He's going low on health, though. Will he even be able to use the beat is the question, as Lilith swaps over to Hanzo right at the end there. Donnie eliminated from their mech. That's huge, as he just was about to get the self-destruct. Not going to be available to Scad right now. They do use the beat to stay alive, as well as the Deadeye to pick up Bob. And there goes Matt Merck getting a pick onto Plato. Gravitic Flex is also going to get Scad, and that is it for the Broncos.
Sweet.
They are here to play.
I mean, Plato, you didn't get your wish of 0. They did technically get 2, but it's close enough. Oh, okay. Brian is actually standing up. Okay. Okay, he's not talking to me. I thought he was ready to start something.
But this was the great pick on the Bastion right off the bat.
Yes, this is how you counter the close hold, and this is how you do it perfectly. And the Broncos then showed up and were like, hey, this is how you do close hold, by the way, on their own defense. However, it did not go as according to plan. They still recovered and still maintained the victory there for themselves. So the next one, I do believe we're going to go on to, is it?
Hybrid.
It's hybrid. Okay, thank goodness. I really don't like Assault being smack dab.
Well, I know. It's just, but we're going to have to face it sooner or later. But right now, might want to gain your composure, maybe some mental fortitude as we take a break here for the coming fight on Assault. But we will be right back with Hybrid. Boise State has tied it up 1-1. These two teams are here to play. Who's going to get the win? You'll find out after this.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
Welcome back to the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. You are currently joining us in the ECAC quarterfinals in the postseason. Boise State versus the Savanna College of Art and Design, or SCAD as we've been calling them. And they are one of the toughest teams Boise State is going up against, but the Broncos are holding their own. It is tied 1-1 in this best of 5, so we're going to have to see how this turns out. We're going to at least see a game 4. I'm your host, Jacob Jem Palmer, joined by Artie Nerdy Rain. You know, to talk about ECAC, we actually have a trophy right here. But if you notice close on the trophy, it says runner-up. That is not what the Broncos are after. They're after this champion, which they picked up in the Mountain West. So hopefully we can have 2 champion trophies, but with ECAC and Mountain West. And that's what the Broncos are searching for right now.
Yes, and this is from 2021, but they did also take the Mountain West for 2022. And ironically, this ECAC trophy here for the runner-up, I will take some blame for that. I was there for that. I casted that entire series. It was a 13-hour long day. But at the end of the day, Broncos were this close, but they did not close that gap. Let's see if they can do that here with ECAC as opposed to HB GamerCon. SCAD, though, is a pretty tough opponent.
Yep, and not only going up against a tough opponent, but a tough game out, because I know I said hybrid, but in fact, we have got the confirmation over break. It is going to be 2CP.
2CP.
But you know what? Here's the benefit, though. I mean, Overwatch 2 is as close as ever right now.
I know.
This is going to be one of the final... Probably one of the final, if not the one of the final 2CP games we get to cast. So
maybe I'm pretty sure we're going to finish out ECAC with normal Overwatch. If they flip it on its head and say GG.
No, I mean by next semester. I mean, as this semester is coming to a close, we are almost finished with Assault as a game mode.
Yes, I am very excited. There is, of course, the last Hurrah tournament that's being put on the East Coast for Overwatch right before Overwatch is going to completely close down the original Overwatch versions. But good luck, guys. You get to deal with 2CP while the rest of the world does not. I am happy to see it gone. Very interested to see how things shake out. But for now, we get to deal with it, and we get to deal with it on Temple of Anubis. Highly anticipated.
I mean, you know that a mode is kind of a train wreck when 2 of the stages that are made for it aren't even seen normally. We don't see any Horizon. We don't see any Paris.
Well, both of those are completely out of rotation now.
I know.
They were just not good.
I mean, well, that just shows how problematic this stage has been. Right now, Boise State is looking for a performance that is anything but problematic. They're going to get the first choice of attack here. Right now, it actually does look pretty problematic for the Broncos, as they're going to be sent back to spawn.
I do not understand why they chose to go with attack first on Temple of Anubis. I know that in the past we've done it as well, but it's always come down to being by the skin of their teeth that they end up getting second point here, and I feel like they just need to stop trying to go for this and instead going for defense first.
Look at all the scouting that Goblin is getting. Might actually try to get the sneaky cap as well. Yeah, is going to be able to start charging up quickly. The Tracer heads back, though, to pressure him out. He's going to pick up some healing for himself as Kel eliminates Lilith. Broncos making their way onto the point right now. Donnie is also going to get hacked by the Sombra, and once again, just heading back to heal up.
We have Chosen go down, so it's just Bagel healing for Boise State. Stick goes off and picks up Plato as well. So Broncos down 2. This is a reset opportunity. Goblin, though, is going to be able to do some value here and just continue to do some easy pick-ins and pick up ultimate charge. It looks like the win con for the Broncos is definitely EMP and combo. It was something else. It could be almost anything, though, at the rate the Broncos are charging their ults.
Ooh, it's going to give a little bit of backup to Goblin, actually, right now. Matt Merck now using the Primal Ray, just pushing SCAD right off of the point, but still Snape manages to pick up Matt Merck, and all that excitement now kind of withers away.
And we did hear Lick from Donnie go off. Didn't pick anybody up. We still have EMP, Self-Destruct, Death Blossom, and Co. and Beat coming out from the Broncos here pretty soon. But they're being forced back quite a bit. Haven't even picked up a tick, and we're under the 2-minute mark.
But that EMP we're talking about as their win condition is now online, so we're going to see how well Goblin can pull that off as Boise State now trying to decide what route they want to take. They throw out the Self-Destruct as well as the hack is going to go on to 3. Right now, Plato is the only one to get an elimination. They're going to follow that up with Bob, who is brought out by Lilith. And another pulse ball thrown out by Matt onto Matt Merck is going to mean that the Broncos are held yet again.
It took too long to charge that EMP. It should have just taken at max 2 fights.
At least 1 tick here?
2.5.
Who's on point? There were 3. They actually get 1 tick. I'm surprised.
I think it's actually Chosen who's on point. Yes, it is. But As I was saying, you need to charge EMP in 2 fights, and taking almost 3.5 to charge it, and then dropping Primal, EMP, Self-Destruct, and Death Blossom is not worth it. The Broncos did not facilitate the ults in time for this to work out in their favor, and I feel like now they need to do a swap. Actually, they should have swapped last fight. They're staggering at this point.
Yeah, they are, and Goblin still hasn't respawned, and they do not have the time to stagger right now. Yeah, this one, Goblin is going to stick on, and I also see Play-Doh is brought on the Reaper. Matt Merck gets stunned a little bit as they try to make some cover themselves. Moving over to the right here. They're going to have to take it this fight here, or else they're going to have to stagger in one by one, but looks like they might be getting cold feet. I don't know.
And they have nothing to respond to the Graphitic Flux with. Their only prey of hope is that Chosen does not land in it, or Goblin can get a hack on it in that same moment. But if Scad is watching, they'll know how to counter the Moira Fade, which is wait for it and then go for it. However, both supports were out of it, so they sustain, they survive, but we hear 3 ultimates now come out from Scad as Matt is looking very low. Close to Primal, though.
Close to Primal might have to be the only thing. Can he charges up, gets so close, but isn't able to with some help from Bob. That's a full hold by Scad. And behold the duality of 2 CPs. Sometimes you steamroll, other times you don't even get to play.
Well, unfortunately, because the Broncos did get a tick and a half there, the win condition has been set. There is no opportunity for this to end in a draw. You cannot cap anything less. Well, you can't cap less than 30%, and after that point, you have to. Once you get more than that, that means the enemy team can easily overcome that one and cap the point. So this has to be a perfect full hold here for the Broncos. That's going to be a very, very difficult task.
And is this probably one of the reasons why you were thinking maybe should have chosen defense?
I will not lie. This is a strategy the Broncos have done once before, but the last 2 times that I've seen them do this on Temple of Anubis, it has been extremely by the skin of their teeth that they have managed to win out on this first point.
And thank you, camera operator, for reminding us whose temple this is.
Yes,
focusing on Anubis for like 30 seconds there.
If you're watching Moon Knight, Anubis hasn't made an appearance yet, but maybe he will here in the short future. However, I digress, back to what we're talking about. I understand that it increases the opportunity for the Broncos to win when they actually succeed on the attack first. But I don't feel like the statistics and the analysts have been done thus far in the comparison of the victory rates for when the Broncos on defense first and actually still have to go into a double, like go into overtime and play the full round again, or versus when they have closed it out by the skin of their teeth winning on the first round. I just feel like in this risky of a game, you should have gone with the safe playing on defense first.
Well, Broncos going to have their work cut out for them. 4 minutes is going to decide whether they head up against Matchpoint or whether they have it for themselves. Goblin peppering a lot of damage out, is going to be able to take Snape pretty low, but he heals up as Scad makes their way toward the left here, it looks like.
Yep, and they're taking their time, though, because a lot of their shields have gone down. We're getting a lot of damage. Lilith's going to be taken out. Play-Doh and Goblin
Great
will
start.
pick up 3 in total. Echo's going to try and get out by the skin of their teeth here. They do still have Mercy pocketing them, so they should be okay, but they got to be careful trying to take this forward damage because Play-Doh is being boosted by Bagel, and Goblin is just a demon on the Hanzo.
We're going to get a little bit of a mid-air fight here between the 2 Echoes. They're going to retreat a little bit right now. About halfway towards that copy. It's pretty good considering when you... Oh, there goes a Dragon Strike, though. Thrown out by Goblin is going to split up Scad a little bit. As Bagel tries to get another pick here, still being boosted by Bagel. Play-Doh, though, still very close on this copy.
The Holt comes out. There's not enough damage to to take any of the Broncos out. I do feel like that Hanzo ult was more of an attempt just to buy a little extra time, throwing ults as they come online. We hear amplification makers go off, but Play-Doh and Bagel get low, and Bagel goes down in the process. Make that support sacrifice worth it. We have Play-Doh doing the copy on the Orisa. Will they get Bongo in time, though? Their dupe is already almost out.
Very close, and is going to manage to get the supercharger throw down right on point. There goes the Dragon Strike out in response by Lilith, and ooh, that's a huge amount of eliminations there. 3 on counting against Boise State, and that is indeed going to do it for Scad. Broncos tried to stage a valiant defense there, but just wasn't in the cards for them.
All right, so now we're moving on to hybrid. Broncos get choice of map. And I think you know what map it's most likely going to be.
Most likely. Right now, though, we give a little bit of a highlight to Lilith, getting to play of the game Sharpshooter as it is right now, so wow us. Oh, using the coach gun. Okay. Yep, there it is. Yep. I can see you just want to reward something like that.
It was just Bagel.
It was just Bagel, but that's why it said Sharpshooter. It's like I'm just going after this one player, but it's a very accurate elimination.
That is very true. Now we're going to be moving on to, yes, hello, we have people in the arena.
Yeah, and the Broncos certainly need a bit of encouragement right now because they are up against a match point.
Yes, this is a sticky and anxiety-inducing situation, especially in the semifinals. It's not really ever where the Broncos want to see themselves being match point against them, but this is the time to clear their heads. We might see one of them punch another one on stage just to clear each other's heads.
Sure.
I'm putting quotes around that because it does happen. Know that they love each other, but I'm thinking that you're thinking the same thing I am for what map is going to be next.
Well, we'll leave the audience thinking just a little bit more, see if they're thinking what we're thinking right after this break. So get to thinking.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Welcome back to the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. You are currently watching our coverage of ECAC Collegiate Overwatch playoff season, and right now the Broncos are locked in a quarterfinal match against the Savanna College of Art and Design, team that the Broncos have faced up against in the past and lost to in the past as well. And they are fighting as the underdogs right now against match point. SCAD only has to win one more, where the Broncos are going to have to win the next two if they want to win this match. I'm stereo host Jacob Jem Palmer, joined by Artie Nerdy Rain. And we were probably thinking the same thing about what might be chosen, because if it's the choice in hybrid, there's really only one stage that's probably going to get chosen.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's Scrims Row. I won't lie, I've been like lobbying for the Broncos to pick up Blizzard World a bit more, because I feel like you gotta start going for the maps that not everyone practices significantly, and one of those is Blizzard World. I feel like a lot of people don't know wall that map and don't scrim it, and so by dedicating time into scrimming that, you're prepared for this situation, because the only choice in which the Broncos are going to be choosing an escort map in this tournament is if they are down, if they've lost 2 CP. And so they need to be the ones to pull out the unexpected as opposed to just going with the standard Scrims Row. This is why it's called Scrims Row.
Well, we're going to find out here what indeed was chosen, and it's Kings Row.
Yep. Yeah, like I said, I've been lobbying for Blizzard World, but that does not mean it's been getting scrim time. It has been, of course, Kings Row. They've been working on a lot of rotations of close with the Bronco wall and mall comp, so to speak, for defense and offensive play here. I do believe that because of where I saw that Diva flying, it's most likely, yeah, that's Kel. So the Broncos are going to be most likely on defense first. No, that is not Kel. Kel does not do that.
Interesting. So once again, that if what we're thinking and that is not Kel, yeah, it is. So Boise State is actually going to be attacking first for the third time. This is their third round in a row they've had to attack first.
And they're going with the high ground rotation just to avoid getting walled off easily. Now this comes through with whether or not the team pushes properly with Matt, and they actually baited out wall, so this means free space, but Plato instead is going to return with the wall up there. Well, never mind, that was Plato's wall that was used first, so secondary wall got baited. Now it's a kind of wait for cooldowns opportunity, but Matt cannot lose barrier.
There goes the wall thrown up by SCAD again. Boise State throws up their own. Right now, still has some health there on that shield, but is going very low. Looks like they're going to use it, but right now, as I've been talking, Goblin is able to pick up the Reinhardt. Alone is the next to follow, followed by Snape, and looks like in a drawn-out fight, but the first fight nonetheless, the Broncos take it.
All right, they need to stagger this pilot, make sure it doesn't kill our own. Yeah, it looked like it was taking out one of the Broncos. I think, yes, it was our own Kellen McGurkin and his pilot as well, so they were trying to get charged while the other one was. That's a rough situation to be in, but they staggered her long enough that it's going to be an easy take. Now, Broncos need to push forward and prevent the space that has already been gained. You don't want SCAD getting to that archway. Now they're in hot water.
We'll see if the Broncos can get themselves out of hot water as they make their way forward toward the archway here. SCAD also just bringing on that Earth Shatter just coming online. Broncos almost have their Blizzard as well. Here we go toward the archway, and the Deadeye is going to be used by Goblin to help zone up. He's waiting for the right moment, and he gets walled off at the last moment. Talk about patience, though. Still gets it. Is actually going to get credited with 3. What a wait at the last moment, and that's a team, well, might as well be a team wipe.
I'll be honest, I was waiting for Plato to wall Goblin up, because that's typically like the counter wall is something that we play for, but it seems like I think Plato might have already spent wall. So Goblin was just like, I'm a chill. I'm gonna hang on to the cube, because if you don't pick anybody up, they still cannot push into the LOS of that Cassidy.
And we often see that being used. It's just kind of the zoning Deadeye.
Zoning.
Here we go. Oh, it looks like Matt Burke might be waiting for just the right moment to use the Shatter. Is able to pick it up onto Lilith. Boise State is going to have to defend against this self-destruct as well as Alone's own Deadeye. And right now it looks like, though, they still managed to make their way toward the checkpoint, taking Donnie out of their mech, and the Broncos are just unstoppable right now on attack.
SCAD is just bleeding ability after ability onto that point. They spent Immor, they spent Beat, they spent Self-Destruct, all after the fight was lost. I mean, yeah, I beg for Scrims Row not to be the pick, but this is why the Broncos pick it. Once they get that tempo in their favor, they just start rolling, and there is no stopping it. The bleeding has begun for SCAD, and they have yet to find a bandage for that wound.
All of the snowball that was supposed to happen on Assault for the Broncos is now coming through for them here on Kings Row.
Oh, Lilith's ult.
is going to freeze a lot of the Broncos. Has to keep Plato. Is going to answer that with a freeze of his own right now, but Alone picking up a double is going to swap it in favor of Scat. But Matt Merck with the double is evening it back up for the Broncos. He is sweet as ever, back and forth, picks up a triple, gets frozen by Lilith, but survives and takes Lilith out. And the Broncos now almost have this first attack done with over 4 minutes in the bank. Yes, that's going to be it. 4 minutes, 15 seconds.
That was honestly incredible. However, I'll be completely honest, had Scad made the Bastion swap here and gotten a stall, Broncos would have been back on their back foot because they spent a lot of ultimates on that final engage, and we're praying that payload hit that back corridor without any disruptions, because had they not won that fight, the ults would have been in favor of Scad, and the pendulum would have started swinging the other way. So that's still not overcommitting ultimates is still very important, and hopefully they don't do that on defense here.
So I've got to ask you an interesting question here. When this round was starting, in your mind, what time would you have been happy with the Broncos taking away on attack?
I mean, about 3 minutes is normally what I like to see, but I still remember this one day when Jackson was still heavily involved with our program. Basilisk, he is now playing for Best Buds as their main tank. Take that information as you will if you're as mind-boggled as I am.
Wasn't he a top 500 Lucy?
Yes! He's now a Reinhardt player. I don't get it. I don't trust it. I have questions. He'll get the third degree later.
You know what? I still don't trust it. Even though I'm seeing it on the screen, there's something wrong here.
But Jackson, I remember one time was like, all right, I want to see 4 minutes on the clock on Kings. And the team responded exactly with, okay, and got over 4 minutes on the clock. And so being able to see that happening still again and again just goes to speak to the amount of tempo control and momentum that the Broncos are able to get here. I just really hope that they don't fall guilty to what Scad did, which is on that second to last point, over-ulting made it so they could not recover once they had lost control of that tempo. Because you need to still use your ults with a condition in mind rather than just throwing them.
Here goes Scad with their first push. Remember, the Broncos took the first point on their first push, so any hold here would put the Broncos ahead pace-wise. We'll have to see. It does look like Matt Merck gets frozen, and Alone with the flashbang is going to take out Plato. Immortality Field also eliminated for the Broncos, so right now they're just going to be pushed back onto their own point, and it looks like Scad, they are good on attack as well.
All right, so the Broncos have gone down. Now it's time to reset and retake. They're looking to take this fight at corridor, and hopefully they're scouting because Alone is right to your right, Plato. Thank you.
Yeah,
but pushing forward Alone like that, I did not mean to make a pun, but pushing forward like that, Plato could definitely much so risk the opportunity for the team to reset here. The May and Reinhardt are very quintessential. Like, May, Baptiste, and Ryan are very essential to holding this corridor, holding Archway. And had Plato gone down, that would have been, all right, we just lost the opportunity to hold at Archway.
Well, this was the location that we saw that outstanding Deadeye be brought out by Goblin. Alone is also going to have the opportunity to use his own. The Ampage is going to be thrown down, wall thrown up in response, quickly broken through, self-destruct, thrown out by Donnie, picks up Plato. That's a great start for Scat as they're looking to continue on their push here. Kel almost out of their mech and does get taken out of their mech, and a wall going out in front of Matt Merck. He's going to still try to engage, pins Donnie, but and a shatter as well. He is fearless. And did that turn it around? It actually looks like it did.
It might have. It might have. It looks like it's more like a stall out from Bagel for a couple of seconds. But I mean, now is the question of how are the Broncos planning to respond. The pendulum is not fully swung in the other direction, but they have Deadeye, they have Blizzard, they have Beat, they have Shatter, all on the side of Scad. Kel is coming up on ult. It's still going to be after the fight's already started, so no engage self-destruct. Plato probably. Goblin, you don't want to engage with that, but it's going to anyway, because double walls, you have to round two corners. Very difficult to get value. It's the stereotypical zoning ultimate.
Oh, Donnie gets frozen. There, Blizzard's going to be thrown out on, and a shatter as well onto Boise State. So much CC going around for all of the teams. Alone trying to get flashbang to stop the Deadeye. A remake also brought out by Donnie. Look at Plato, the Bagel eliminating Alone, but it's the only thing the Broncos have to show for it now, as Scat is making their way to this next checkpoint.
So I do believe we dropped Deadeye, we dropped Blizzard, we dropped Self-Destruct, we dropped Beat.
And this is what you were afraid of.
Yep, that is exactly what I'm talking about, is throwing as many ults at the board as possible and hoping something sticks to regain tempo control. It's not worth it. If you're dropping more than 2 ults, you've already lost the next fight most likely, especially when your ult's economy is where it's at. They're now heavily relying on amplification matrix and shatter, and we've already lost Chosen before we've even rounded corner here.
And he just uses shatter right there again. He's going to be able to take out their Reinhardt, following up by eliminating Donnie. He's going to force the Mei to go into the cryo freeze and at least stop it right now. So it looks like the Broncos at least are going to be going into overtime with an advantage. So that is something.
Yes, that extra 10 seconds, it takes roughly 45 to get a fight, so Broncos are looking to gain that much extra footing here, so they have one more fight as opposed to Scad's count on the bank. And we see Plato doing the stereotypical wall and Blizz. Bomb goes off too high to pick anybody up, but do see that Lilith will go down to Goblin.
That's a great start by the Broncos. Speaking of Goblin, he is almost ready with Bob here, but speaking of the way Boise State is playing with this ultimates, they're playing it a bit too shaky for my liking. As soon as they get one, they instantly use it. They're going to use Bob here. Deadeye's going to be used in response. Throwing out the dynamite is going to land on McCree. Trying to take out Alone, trying to get away from the Diva there.
Earth Shatter goes off from Scad, and we do see didn't pick anybody up. Cabimus is going to drop beat. Bagel will respond, so that's already in favor of the Broncos. The response beat has a 33% higher chance of working out, and it is right now. Bagel finds Lilith, but the amp's going to come out from the side of Scad.
And the Broncos managed to win that fight and stop using the ultimates. They actually are saving the self-destruct and amp matrix that they have here, just looking for that stagger. But that Lucio, they're able to push Kel off the edge. Still a hold for the Broncos.
I mean, Kel wanted to take a trip anyway. It just got expedited by the Lucio boot because he was out of mag. I'll be honest. That's what you're looking for there. So it's all right. Kel was probably just like, I'll give you a couple charge in return for the express trip.
But now this is really huge for the Broncos, though, ult-wise, because they have finally managed to hold on to them. And is going to use the first one, the amp matrix right here, but Scad taking a little bit of a different route.
They LOS'd the amp, but then we drop Bob going right into the back lane, and they're going to wall him off for a little extra safety, but it looks like Bob's going to go down here. Yeah, Goblin's Bob's going to go down to Alone, the one person who's been taking care of Bob consistently. Self-destruct goes down, but we can respond with Bomb and Blizz here from the Broncos as we hear Plato drop Blizzard. There's the Deadeye and beat. Will we see Bob? Well, Bomb, maybe.
There goes the Deadeye. Is just going to whiff on that one. Goblin picking up their Lucio. There goes another big shatter. As soon as Scad gets it, they use it. Alone eliminating Goblin and Kel. That's going to be a fall by Boise State, but I think on the respawns they'll be able to contest here.
Yeah, Matt Merck is bleeding all over the place and is going to have to go down. We've got Goblin close to another Bob, so trying to get this dynamite here is going to be huge, but it doesn't look like it got too many. It's going to pick up a little bit, yes. The dynamite did land, but it didn't land on all of them. Kel's got to be careful. They're really low in mech right now, and they're the touch for the Broncos.
There's the final hold. Back to control.
Yay, 2CP not played. Well, no, sorry, no, control not played. So I anticipate that's going to be Elios. I want to see Elios, so I need the Broncos to win this one. You hear me, boys? Win it.
We'll have to see how they do. Looks like they're getting ready for their defensive positions. And here we go, Broncos trying to keep their ECAC hopes alive, continue on past these quarterfinals, considered the underdogs going up against Scad, but still managing to be very even. Here we go.
And we do know that that was Kel on top of Mendata's head, not getting too greedy and pushing up past Hotel. That is definitely the Bronco strat of all stacking inside of that statue. First wall goes off from Scad. Second response wall from Plato. Immortalities have both been popped, so we're equal on the resource front there, but it looks like Goblin and Alone are kind of 1v1ing, and one of the big things that Broncos are guilty of is taking these 1v1s.
Oh, and they...
Goblin not putting pressure with the Reinhardt there is why our Matt Merck went down. He needed to have been peppering, just checking where that Cassidy was, and instead pushing damage forward so the Rein could not just walk on our Reinhardt.
Yep, just got into the ego battle there. He was so tantalizingly close to winning that as well, but just wasn't able to land the final shot, and that's going to be the first point taken for Scad. Now the Broncos just have to get in the mindset of they got to get him off the payload.
We are in one fight territory before we hit overtime, and then, yes, it is get them off the payload. For now, it is let the payload push through this archway. Don't get too greedy. Don't get taken out, because then it is, honestly, the momentum is just too far forward. We've got Chosen trying to take care of this D.Va, who intentionally goaded back multiple members of the Broncos. But Kel's going to take out the Ryan. Goblin goes down to alone again. And now it's kind of just back and forth as the beat and bomb get dropped from Scad.
And there goes self-destruct is going to take out Plato. Now we are truly in overtime. Kel is just going to fall quickly so the Broncos can get another team fight there. If anyone from Scad, if no one is touching their payload, then the round will end.
Right now, they have a lot of people on payloads. Maintaining this forward distance is going to be difficult because they've got 3. They're trying to get it as far as possible. I understand why. I mean, the Broncos have quadruple almost the amount of time that they did. But that means that this front line is not as strong as it could be. And we've got 3 ultimates going into 2 ultimates coming out from Scad, and the support ults aren't there. So if the Broncos can land these, this could be it.
Oh, and they're going to land the Shatter onto Donnie there, throw out the Blizzard in follow-up, and they fall like dominoes. That's it. Boise State holds Scad 82.44 meters.
Yeah, but Scad still got that payload quite far. That
still is a big ask.
That archway choke point, because that fight was a whiff from the Broncos, this could be rough if Scad can hold them there. So they have to get the tempo control, and then they have to push forward. They can't do what they did originally, which was just basically stay on point and let the respawns happen. After they recognized that it was just D.Va, they needed to have either let the 1v1 happen, and either Kel died or the other D.Va died or both died, and then pushed forward and claimed space. They cannot let this fight take place at Archway. It has to be passed by Library at the least.
Here we go. Ready to push through here. Broncos, it is do or die for them. It's all in their hands. They're going to have 4 minutes, 15 seconds to prove why they should still be considered an ECAC. Can they win against Scad?
It looks like the other D.Va has learned their lesson to not push past Mendata's head. I might end up eating my words because we do have the Reinhardt chilling out by bus, but typically that's just to get an early fire strike. Yeah, it looks like chilling on Mendata's head has been the safe route, because honestly, if you fly a little too low on your return flight, you could get taken out.
5 seconds left before the Broncos. It is all up to them. Here we go, a quick wave to the teammates and ready to prove things right now. They're going to take the side route here, try to avoid getting that initial wall, going through theater first. Although Mad Merc's going to continue to stay on this central route here. It looks like they might have faked them out. There goes the wall, brought out by Scad. Also, Immortality Field. Plato is able to eliminate the Immortality Field from Scad, but it's their Lucio who manages to get the first pick. Bago answering that back by eliminating their Reinhardt. Mad Merc still alive, though, right now, but is going to find himself pinned up right against this wall, and Lilith eliminating Chosen. The Broncos might just have to reset here.
I don't even know what happened to Goblin there. I really don't.
Yeah, it does seem... I mean, I don't want to call out specific people here, but he has had a few fights that just really haven't gone his way here in overtime.
Let's see what the Broncos plan to do. Like I said, they kind of are utilizing walls as a means of just making space as opposed to being capitalized on, again, making space while returned with the wall, and then Scad just chose to flip the point there on them. Was exactly what the Broncos did earlier. Kel's going to go down. We hear Bomb get dropped. Plato grabs 1. Shins will grab 2, though.
Mad Merc trying to make a play of that, but Boise State is going to get stopped yet again. This is what this overtime, this time deficit, it works out in favor for the Broncos, but a few more fights and the Broncos are really going to be up against it.
They are in 2.5 fight territory now. It is time to make these ultimates work. I don't think Plato should go for the wall bomb, well, the wall blizz that we've seen in the past, but we hear Shatter, we hear Blizzard, we hear Deadeye, so there is 3 ultimates go off.
There's the Deadeye.
But now the only thing they have to cross this border territory here on Archway is going to be that self-destruct. Never mind, not even have self-destruct now. So now the Broncos have to push forward and claim space. Otherwise, they're going to be choked at this Archway because they have Deadeye coming at them. They're going to have the Amplification Matrix as well. Donnie is way closer to self-destruct than the Broncos are. They need to claim space. Otherwise, they're going to get corralled.
Well, they get a good wall to start things off. We're going to be trapping Donnie. Manages to get away just now, but now the Broncos still not having any sort of ultimates to use. They're going to have to go up against this Deadeye here. And Lilith and Shins are going to be getting the picks that they need to help Scad continue their defense.
Hopefully the Broncos take a high ground rotation here instead of trying to go toe-to-toe at the front line, get this payload to the arch, and then go on the high ground and drop down behind them. Right now, Scad is in a very good position. We hear Amplification Matrix in a bad spot because they can just kite. Both teams kind of wasting them. Broncos choose to push in front of theirs. Diva on the payload, pretty standard, but Plato might be the saving grace right now for the Broncos with that Blizzard almost online.
Has to charge it back up. There goes the Deadeye throwing up the wall in response to keep the Broncos alive. There goes a Shatter as well from Matt Merck. He's just trying to pick up anyone from Scab. That's going to be hard with that Itali field, and a Shatter onto Goblin as well. But Plato trying to even it up, eliminating their Reinhardt. Matt Merck's going to be eliminated by Donnie. Kel taken out of their mech. And right now fighting on the point is Plato, but I don't know if the Broncos, they might just need to reset here because they do not have the time to stagger at all.
You are definitely right at 30-second territory. This is last fight, and they've dumped so many ults. At least they used Amplification Matrix. They're going to get the Diva, doing a minor soft reset here. Plato knows that there's two here, trying to pick up one. Can't find it, though. Broncos trying to just regain as many people as they can before they push in, knowing Diva's out of mech. Kel might be able to be the Hail Mary with that self-destruct.
It just might be, but they've got to get onto the payload, and right now, and I'm just worried right now about Lilith. Yes. What they're going to do, because all they have to do is throw out this Blizzard. They haven't thrown it out, though. Boise State manages to get onto the point, though. And they're getting closer to that self-destruct. There goes the remake out from there. It goes.
Of the bomb being ready from Kel.
Okay, yeah, it's going to freeze Kel. Kept alive, though, by the Immortality. Plato manages to get their Blizzard, but is it enough? Boise State is already down a whole lot, and the Deadeye is going to do it for Scad at the last moment. Boise State is team wiped, and that's going to do it. Scad wins and moves on in the ECAC.
Congratulations, Scad. Y'all fought incredibly hard. The Broncos brought their A game, but could not quite get that A+ from the teacher today.
No, but hey, we ended with the support play of the game.
This is what I like to see. I'm a little biased.
And still, get a nice boop there. Continue things on. That's going to have to be the end of the road for the Broncos, though, in terms of ECAC. They played their heart out. They still have the Mountain West Championship, but Scad, another win against the Broncos. They are a tough team to beat.
Definitely. So congratulations, Scad. It was a 1-3 Scad victory, but not an easy one in the slightest.
Well, now as we look back here, there are I was going to say there are so many players to choose, but I think we decided during the first stage what the player of the game was going to be. But before we get to that, Boise State Esports is always looking for new players to join the top games that we play: Overwatch, Rocket League, Valorant, and of course production roles as well. Top grades, top talent along with good grades and eligibility can improve your chances as well. To find out how you can join the Broncos, go to boisestate.edu/esports for more information. And with summer break fast approaching, it is going to be prime scouting season. So.
Oh, that's very true.
Okay, so yeah, we kind of decided if it isn't chosen, no, not chosen, it isn't, it's Plato. Excuse me. But I don't know, maybe production has found a way to make it chosen. I'm not sure.
My vote's still going to go to Plato.
Yeah, he just had such an incredible Death Blossom, but they might give us choices, here
if we
because
get to
we
play
have
a game again.
Yeah, if we get the choice here between three, then that might be, because that is something that production has been working on today, is kind of a new choose between these three players to do.
Cool.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. If you were watching the Esports Tower broadcast, which you should be watching Esports Tower anytime we're broadcasting it. So here we go. Okay, yeah, we get the choice here. So the nominees are Kel.
Probably Plato, and then maybe Bagel or Chosen.
Kel, a political science major, full name Kellen McGurkin. Just if we're doing this like an award show, I want to set up who each player is. And then we have Plato. That's Brian Cran. Economics major from Star, Idaho. And yeah, that's the play that is going to get it for him if he does get it. But also maybe taking the player of the game, might just be, I wonder who they decided, Gob here. That's going to be Joey, finance major from Boise, Idaho.
He's from Hawaii.
Oh, well then my
Yeah.
teleprompter, I need to have a rant with the teleprompter writer here, so. Apologies, Scob. But yeah, he had a great play there. But who is the player of the game going to be? It's got to be Plato.
It's got to be Plato. If it's not, I will surrender my rights to ever make a suggestion to play the game. Of course, I'm lying, but I'm going to act like I'm telling the truth because I'm be insanely embarrassed if it's not Plato because we called that from
Oh yeah, we
literally
knew from
end of the second fight.
Yeah, from the second fight in the first stage. We knew it had to be.
And watch the rug get pulled out from underneath us. But I think we're right.
Nope, yep, we knew.
Okay, we were right. We get some things right here on desk.
That's a first.
Real.
Well, yeah, great job by Plato as the ICCU player of the game. Brought to you by Idaho Central Credit Union, who believes a great player makes a team more successful. Just like Idaho Central's helping members achieve financial success, Plato is your ICCU player of the game. And we see kind of a few tease plays here, but we all know what's going to be the highlight play.
Oh yes, it's got to be that massive Death Blossom from Lijiang Tower on Gardens. It was just absolute. Yep, here it is. It was absolutely
I mean, you can never see it
massive.
too many times.
No, this was spicy, crunchy, absolutely just beautiful.
Yep, great job there. He already had a quad, but was then going to go after the other Reaper, take him out, get a quintuple for himself. Great job there. Well, do you have any final takeaways as we prepare to wrap up this match?
Well, SCAD got to close out the Broncos season. Congratulations to you guys. You did a fabulous job. Go on and win the whole thing so we can at least say we lost to the best. That is what we always like to say here. Nicely done. You guys fought really hard. Excited to see how you close out your season. And to the Broncos, we're not done yet. We have other things we got to take care of. So, you get the 24 hours to kind of mope about this one, but then you got to get back. There.
Yeah, got to get back to the grind. So we will leave you with the top 5 plays of the game brought to you by the Idaho Army National Guard, who invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time. More than 10 jobs offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for. Idaho Army National Guard is one of the best teams to join out there. Reach out to them on Twitch at iGuard Gaming. Thank you for watching and enjoy your top 5 plays.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Welcome to the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. You are joining us right now in championship season, and we move on with another championship. This time it's going to be the Mountain West in Valorant. Boise State is going up against University of New Mexico. And right now we're going to be joining them halfway through their match. It's a best 2 out of 3 with Boise State having won the first game 13-12, so pretty decisively in favor. But right now, I just want to introduce ourselves. I'm your host, Jacob Jem Palmer, joined right now by Greg Olsel-Smith. And right now, it's kind of fitting that we have this trophy in between us, because this is a legacy Boise State has left for themselves in Mountain West Overwatch, but now they want the championship in Mountain West Valorant as well.
It sounds like they're well on their way, so I'm ready to jump into it and see them get even better on the second map.
Sure. Now, the second stage, we're going to see, usually decided beforehand, but let's actually take a look at how things are going to work out, because we have the rules right here, so I don't need to speculate. It's 5v5 best of 3, conference title on the line, round robin. In case you're wondering who Boise State has been playing against this season, it's been Nevada, UNLV, CSU, Colorado State University, San Jose State University, Fresno, New Mexico, Hawaii, and Utah State. Hawaii has been kind of one of the top teams Boise State has to look out for, and UNLV also got a win at the very end of the regular season against the Broncos. So those are the two teams the Broncos are going to want to look out for, but they are not going up against them in this quarterfinal. They are going up against University of New Mexico. So now, we're ready to head into the stage here. This might be the only round we see, because the Broncos are on match point. So what stage would you like to see most? You get one choice here. What's your one choice?
I've got to go Haven.
Haven. Okay, you want to see 3 points fought over?
Yep. Haven best map. I'm sorry. That's the way I feel. It just has so many options, and I feel like Boise State plays it well. I know that they don't like Haven, though, so I doubt it's going to happen. In fact, they're going to try to ban it if they can.
They'll probably ban it and choose Fracture just to spite you.
Just to spite me. Nope, they don't like Fracture either, so I'm expecting a Center Breach are their favorite.
But like I said, just to spite you, so even though they don't like it, they might still choose it. We'll have to see. But despite the advice that we have to give to the team, we also want to give some professional advice, and that's Doc's keys to the game in Valorant. That's to flank effectively, spend and peek wisely, diminish your opponent's econ and loot. Of course, remember to pick up their guns and dominate angles. It's brought to you by Drop In Gaming, the premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you're new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop In Gaming has the right games and competition for you. We're going to be ready as soon I'm sure production will let us know what stage has been chosen. I'm told we are still in lobby. It's actually going to be Icebox, which is pretty interesting. And also, we've been waiting to see Icebox because at the very it seems like an eternity now, but at the very beginning of 4.0, they completely revamped Icebox.
Yeah,
and
that's
so
right.
now we finally get to see it. I knew we would.
Yeah,
and now finally.
We haven't seen a lot of 4.04 in, 4.04 is Icebox in Mountain West, so I'm really looking forward to see how they change that. I assume that it's just going to be, because the nature of a rebalance is that they play the same, but it'll give more of an edge to the other side, so I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, a lot that's different, and if we're speaking about things that are a little different, it's kind of always fun to do a little bit of speaking of what's in the rumor mill right now, and I hear based in the rumor mill of Valorant, Jet's long reign might be over.
I don't know about all the way over, but
All the
she's
way.
definitely going to get a little softer.
Yeah, definitely, because it's always been, we've been talking about the dash that has made her the dominant opper, only really challenged by Chamber with his teleport. But in case you haven't heard, the announcement has been the dash is now going to be changed. So when you initially start the ultimate, you'll have 12 seconds to use it, and then you got to press it a second time to like confirm to use it. So it's not like you can just use it anytime you want anymore.
Yeah, you kind of have to queue it up and then commit to it. But as exciting as Jet is, and she's been meta since beta, and we're looking to change that, I'm more interested in the new character coming out. We've only got a tiny bit leaked.
I think we actually have the picture right now in VT1 production, if you want to pull that up, because, yeah, that has been revealed, excuse me, and I haven't gotten to give my thoughts on her. It's Fade is going to be brought out as a new initiator for Valorant.
Yeah.
Should be very interesting, and of course you can see kind of the cooler Moira, if we will.
Right.
But it's also kind of going up against, is going to kind of be in the same vein as trying to get a lot of information. We're still trying to kind of figure out how the ability is going to play, because it introduces something completely new.
Yeah, from what's been leaked or from what I've caught, it sounds like it's Reyna's take on Skye, really.
Okay.
So, it's gonna the new mechanic that you're talking about is called Trail, and we haven't got a lot of information on it. But what I imagine, what I hope it's like, is similar to the Seekers. You're gonna have something that trails a person. But
Sure.
We'll get a lot more on that later. Right now, we're ready to hop into the game.
Right, and yep, here we go. It's going to be University of New Mexico, the Lobos versus the Broncos. And right now, the Broncos are heading into this match at match point. This game at match point, excuse me, on Icebox. They just need to win one, and they will be moving on. As we see the picks that are going to be brought out, it looks like both teams hovering Vipers. Still kind of a choice you need to make on Icebox, despite the nerf she's gotten.
Yeah, and we talked about this earlier, how, the change in Icebox doesn't change a whole lot of the meta. It really was just a rebalance. It wasn't a huge buff or nerf. It was just getting more picks on this map. So I expect a really similar team composition meta coming for this map, meaning Sage is really helpful on those plants and to prevent the post-plant scenarios. Viper is very helpful in slicing up territory, particularly the B site, so almost always a must pick. Sova, because there's some tight angles that open up into large rooms, all of Sova's utility is super critical, and he's almost always picked. So we see almost a total mirror here if Calvin does go with Trout's pick.
Yeah, it will be a mirror match, and that's what I was thinking, with Fade, is how impactful will she be on the meta, because Sova is so dominant as an initiator pick. You get so much information. How good will Fade be at gathering information like Sova does?
Very true. And I like the Dark Horse kind of caricatures that they're setting up.
Yeah.
More Omen and Reyna.
Yeah, well, you need those archetypes for everybody. The edgy tryhards need their characters. But no, that's not to denigrate the design. The design is actually really cool, and I can't wait to see how she'll change up the game. But right now, we need to focus on what is happening. Boise State is going to be starting out defending on Icebox.
What would you choose, defense or attack on Icebox? Do you start with where you're more comfortable, or do you start where you think you're going to be fighting downhill or uphill?
I'm equally trash at both, so I'm not going to defend like it makes too much. But that's it. I probably now looking at it, I probably just like defending on Icebox a little bit more.
Yeah.
I just like the vantage point. I like defending an A as well, and there's just a lot of great lineups you can do with Sova. I just don't like necessarily pushing or attacking an Icebox.
That's fair. And when you're not comfortable with a map or a character, it's easier to start on defense because it's less movement, just in general.
Well, at least I'm, and it's certainly the case now. I mean, Icebox is a lot better, but I certainly wouldn't want to start out attacking when Icebox first released. Too many angles to clear.
Oh, definitely.
Alrighty, here we go. Look, Boise State is going to be starting out right now. See Shells here hanging out on yellow, kind of the newly revamped yellow, and you see that new door. It's opened up some new angles, and it's going to be exchanging a few shots with Panda here.
Yeah, W Panda was checking out that new angle. You kind of have to spread out to watch this now. Those two doors aren't just leading to the same spot. So BSU Shells has made that rotation back to watch this angle, and they've put the Intimidity on, they've put the pressure on, and this fan spread that we started out with is now leaning a lot more towards A, but
Dreammaker waiting in mid, takes out Panda. Boise State is now up 1. Going to head down to about half health, rotate back, maybe to probably get a little bit of health. Look out the flank for Panda here, though. Right from Garage is going to get Callie. Following it up, can he get another? He's down a little bit low on health, but still has 78. Took a lot more damage away, actually, from Trout. They're going to try the double peek. He manages to get away just barely.
Multitasking those angles is difficult, and I'm glad he started to rotate away from it when he realized that they were actually waiting for a double peek setup. Oh, Dreammaker with a great one. Goes a little bit too deep, though, so he's going to have to face off against Frost here. Not going to get a lot off of it, but keeps trying with those darts. Does get some good contact, but contact is made back on the skies, so not a lot of healing in the bank here.
Mr. Roboto, though, still trying to make a run at it right now. New Mexico still has the spike, trying to decide if they want to do A or B. Boise State is almost fully committed towards A right now as they go up through mid, and they have made the decision. Do they have enough time? I don't know if they do.
I don't think they physically have enough time.
No, it's going to be.
It's not going to be.
No, they don't.
We may see a little Sova Jet outro action here. Might even see. No contact, and that's a round.
That is so interesting. They're just making the decision a bit too late. Boise State is already going to go up 1 in this fight, and this was the initial exchange that we saw here on yellow, and just kind of right after that, it just kind of forced New Mexico to try to rotate over, but they didn't count on Dreammaker and Tube here to flank them.
Now, they didn't just win one round. They actually won one round ending on, I believe, a 4-2, which puts their econ in such a tilt that we actually see Boise State forcing up to several Spectres, and I think 1 or 2 beginning rifles here. Yeah, that's the sound of one of them. So they've got A on lockdown and are already rotating kind of deep in mid to look for a decent pitch. And there goes that Marshall on 1. Backs up, getting ready for the next.
Going to throw out the smoke just to stop that dart there. New Mexico getting a lot faster, though, on committing to this point. They have already planted Dreammaker with the Spectre, able to take out Trout. Going to get a little bit of a hit on there with the drone. Now moving on to get even more information. Sees Frost wide open. No doubt sharing that information with the rest of his team. Trying to get some sort of wallbang here. Almost gets it. Gets 1. And Shells with 2 on the Marshall is going to get the win for the Broncos.
Now, I liked how you talked about they're moving onto this site a lot faster. And I think that was just a good correction they made very quickly considering that first point. Their problem was being indecisive. So I like to see this accommodation right off the bat. But it's not quite enough. And Boise State takes another one, 4 players alive. So they're going to bonus right up into round 3 here.
Yeah, and that indecisiveness doesn't just hurt them in terms of just losing the round, but just those little bit of credit bonuses they get in the ultimate ticks by not getting the spike down as soon as they can. Definitely. I mean, they got it after the timer ticked down to 0, but if you're indecisive, if I'm going to lose, I at least want to get the extra credits from the spike.
Definitely. 300 credits and an ult point go a long ways when you could just not have them instead by being indecisive.
And Shells just more than happy to stick up here with the Marshall on yellow.
And I sure would be, but it doesn't look like New Mexico's comfortable with that, so they're only sending 1 down that way, and the rest are cruising.
Whoa, look how fast they are. Yeah, right through mid. Yeah, it's going to be right up to Boise State to turn around, but they sure do with 2 Marshalls. They managed to take off 2 from New Mexico, and he is just starting. That's a feels bad moment right there.
Shells playing filthy, giving way too much screen time there. They just can't get him down fast enough. It was a little Marshall off down there, and he ended up taking the win. 1 pink at a time. Let's see that again. I mean, I love their decision-making here, pushing right in, but they kind of set themselves up for a rough flank.
Sure.
They didn't start with a decent fan. They got their flank guard down. Oh, goodness. One after another.
Yeah, that's just one of those moments where not only do you miss them, but then they take you out with the Marshall in just 1 tap. And New Mexico now has to stop the bleeding because Boise State already going up. I do believe I did see the op pick be brought out from Skies here, so
yep.
Boise State already committing a lot of credits.
Definitely so. They've got lots of credits to commit. New Mexico's starting to pick up on credits as well here. Ooh, Skies comfortable to back up Shells here with that op on B. It doesn't look like they're considering pushing it, but it doesn't look like they're considering pushing very much at all, so Sova's going to keep him at bay there in mid. We can see Soma call.
Yeah, they're going to try to maybe bait out some sort of shot. They gotta be careful, though, about that Vandal that is holding down yellow right now. And Sky's now just rotating over towards mid. Actually, don't think Viper is still trying to maybe feel out A, maybe get one sort of pick, open that up for New Mexico.
Maybe so, but that hold Boise State has on A side is just an absolute crossfire. I don't think she'll get very far, and ooh, they did take down Sova, but instead of pushing up on that, they're maybe going for a little fake out, trying to push B, but it doesn't work. Headshots all the way, and a good flick, and spray control down to the next, and he's right out of there.
It's not out of the realm of possibility for New Mexico. The main thing Boise State is going to want to do is that op taken from them. It doesn't quite look like it. It looks like this Viper, while we've been talking all this time, has managed to clear out they for themselves. The problem is Viper does not have the spike, so just has to try to hold point, is going to trade with Panda.
But she already made the call that the site was open, so they've rotated over, and they're kind of walking into the Lion's Den here. We see the op already walking right up around, and Mag catch Sova here on the rotate.
Michelle's getting a triple, followed up by Calvin. That's another pick, and of course, doing it in style too with the protocol skin. I approve.
Of course, we do love the fresh skins out. A quick trade at the half, and Calvin takes the last ult point to push us into 4-0.
There's another defense win, and it looks like a full buy from New Mexico as well. So this is going to have to be yet another save round for them. It looks like they do manage to buy at least one Phantom here, but they're not going to have enough to buy them for all. Now they're going with half buys.
Tricky question if you're ready for it.
Okay.
What do you think, other than one-on-one gunplay improvement, can New Mexico do differently to push this into their favor here?
You know, it's tough because I'd normally talk about the way they attack it, but it seems when they hesitate, Boise State punishes them. But when they also commit, Boise State punishes them. I think what they really have to do is really respect Shells right now. He's proven himself to be so insane on these long angles here that they're just, because he's holding down yellow so well, it's basically taking B away from them to be able to plant here. And so they need to find a way to take him out quickly, and then hopefully open stuff up for them.
Yeah, we don't hear the word dive very often in this game, but you definitely need to single out a player sometimes just to kind of even the field, especially if you have a strong IGL that is really skewing the the plus-minus on their leaderboard.
That's interesting. Shells had the... Oh, no, okay, he does. Excuse me, sorry. The cosmetics threw me through a loop there. I thought he was holding a Phantom when he was holding a Vandal there, so excuse me there. It's a nice skin, though.
Rendezvous out. They thought they had him cornered, but there's no chance. A good wall break is not going to get all the segments he needs, though, so the spike goes down. Now he's on the defensive, and he's really the only one there, as we see W Panda starting to walk in slow, and ooh, Panda goes down.
Yeah, that's really going to bite, too, as they already committed their tour de force. They're going to want to get one pick here to try to still maintain this. I don't think the Sage, though, sees Shells there, who takes Trout out. Now Boise State moving on to the point. Calvin D's just going to try to stick it right now as New Mexico tries to stay alive, or at least tries to stop this. They are going to stop Calvin D before he can get the pick, but they're still going to have time to defuse.
It feels almost like a waterfall of deaths here for New Mexico. They'll do fine until they lose one or two, and that's the cavity that Boise State can punish. It seems like Boise State is taking a strong position on punishment here. They're not doing anything super offensive on the defense. They're just doing a really good job of taking advantage of what's given to them.
More gray, and we can see Shells here on the KDA there. I can already see he's already at double digits, which is just insane. I can see 11.
Yeah, look at that skew on the KDA leaderboard. If they can take Shells out, then they're so much more evenly matched.
Well, it is going to be a full buy for New Mexico here. Shells puts down a trademark, brings out his tour de force. I like it.
Right down the tube, though. That's risky. He's not looking to play there. He's looking to move out and get into their spawn. This is a tour de force pinch, probably.
All right, now New Mexico looks like they're pretty committed towards A, but they might decide to rotate here, trying to take out Calvin D right now. Throws out a bit of ice to slow them down as well as the wall. Owl drones are going to get some information for both teams, as well as the Viper's Pit thrown down so that they can plant. But Dreammaker firing through is able to take out Trout. And is also going to fire through that wall to try to take out Mr. Roboto.
Oh, we see a panic rotate here as Panda tries to move out with the spike, or maybe just hide in safety, but Jet is already on him. This could be spiked down.
Oh, he just steps outside of the Viper's Pit for a little bit, and Calvin D punishes him for it. And once again, it's just a clear waterfall. 6-0 it's probably going to be after this. The Broncos are just steamrolling. On the rope, too.
Goodness.
Oh.
Well, the tour de force didn't get a whole lot of use, but that's all right. Boise State doesn't need it. Bringing it to a 6-0. They've already secured their half. Now they're looking to get those security points, those ego points, to work above the half.
I mean, even if it doesn't get a kill, the other team can hear the audio cue, and it just sticks in your mind there. It changes the way you play the game, and it just becomes very costly. And I think this is a good move for New Mexico here, doing a timeout at this, because they need a breather time.
Definitely so. Anytime you lose several rounds in a row, then resetting the momentum is the play. Whether that off-puts the other team or puts you back on track, I definitely hear bringing the coach into comms and activating a timeout when you're on a downhill roll. If you were coach, what would you tell him? Same thing?
I mean, I think Shells is just taking up so much oxygen in the room that you really need to think here about how you play against him.
Here's some early replays while we're still in this timeout. Shells, you can see, just littering the activity feed up there.
And this is the angle that he's just punished them so much on. And this New Mexico, this is the predicament they're in. If they try to be a bit more pensive, Boise State punishes them. I would almost think, though, I would go, you have a lot of time to plant the spike there. So use that time well. You don't have to steamroll in, especially since it doesn't seem to work out for New Mexico. I just think if they are going to bide their time, they have to be very wary of the sidelines, because Shells and now Skies can punish them with this op.
Hopefully at the half turn we see that they do a lot better on defense and that timing was their only issue, but they do get a good intimidation on the start. Dreammaker, so strong, and does get 2 before he's traded by Panda. Panda moving up that tube now. Gonna start kind of trapping off the Sage here on the defense.
Did manage to pick up the Vandal as well, but it seems Calvin D is aware.
Indeed he is.
Sky still has the dash available, so can probably take a bit more of an aggressive peek right now. He's going to try to get this Viper, who's hiding behind the crates there. Dart is going to be thrown out, has to respond to it. Now the Viper is moving out slowly towards B.
Yeah, we see the spike pulling up as well. BSU shows with a quick one. Finally finds that guy walking up tube, and that's the entry utility they need.
Oh, and this poor Sova here now can only hope for an exit frag here, and only with the Sheriff.
Oh, it's just bad timing and a good double peek. That Ion Sheriff was not quite enough, and Boise State with another 4-0. Moving up to 7 points.
But having the Sheriff there, no doubt says that was a save round for the Lobos, so not much they could do. They managed to get 1 pick against the Broncos, take away one of their Vandals, but Broncos have so many credits built up right now, it's not going to put too much of a dent.
Yeah, the best anti-eco is ops from a distance, and they played it well, so New Mexico had that one coming, but they're looking to come back strong with the newly found econ they've got here. And we know that losing economy really ramps up, so we see they're definitely on full. You even consider the op there for a second.
Yeah, which is an interesting thing because the ops for Boise State have been so dominant that, sometimes if you can just snipe out their sniper before, and Skies is just going to say, no, we're going to continue the sniper game, take out Trout, and then dash away. Actually, no, still hasn't used the dash right now. That's how confident he is.
Ooh. And they can keep playing confidently as long as they have that Sage playing very back of pack, very back of stack ready with the res. They could really go all out for this and play aggressive if they want to. And it looks like Skies, who poised on that point, presses Z for the walk.
Mr. Roboto trying to, find the peak that he wants to take, is going to wait to play off of the drone. Hunter's Fury used by New Mexico here. How many can they get? Doesn't necessarily see Calvin D is trying to go after Skies, but isn't able. Now Boise State's going to use their own Hunter's Fury. Some eliminations being traded back and forth. Skies picks up another one with the op. Once again, it is only the Sova. But once he picks around here, and Calvin's going to pressure him even more. Oh, nice use of the dart there. Manages to get one.
Excellent dart use, but they are playing back, and he does not have time. His only hope is to get a few outros here, maybe force up, take care of that op, and do some damage to the economy for Boise State, but it looks like he's not really worried about it. Instead, he gets pushed up on. Oh, but he takes the soap from the Skies before Skies replies to him.
Yeah, it looks like Dreammaker there was just kind of trying to bait him out so Skies could pick him up with the op. Now 8-0 here. I've never casted a 13-0 game, but Broncos are well on their way. Now you
Looks
look
like,
at this. 2 ops for the Broncos, and Shells has 7,000 credits.
And McCallie bringing out the... it has been a long time since I've seen that gun.
Yeah, the
Ooh,
Stinger.
Guardian. It looks like we're doing the force save.
Yep, they're going to have to save yet again. Just going to have to maybe hope for a one-tap on the Guardian. They're just going to fire right into mid, though. Uh-oh, look out for Shells here. Is going to try to peek under tube here into mid.
Yeah, an interesting mid-wedge going on. I think Boise State will be able to take this out pretty quickly considering the options they've got. But no, Panda takes one without a response. That Headhunter coming in clutch there. See if Boise State can reply to that. New Mexico with the advantage decides to rotate around B, and if they could take Skies.
Oh, that was such an aggressive peek.
And they take him, that knife out, and
Pays
that dash
for
is
it.
not enough. An op is in their hands, and they have a free pass on to B. See if they can get the utility out of that they need. Shells with the other op, though, misses his shot. They're overwhelming. This is New Mexico's chance. The ice wall solidifies up, and Spike goes down.
It's not out of the realm of possibility for the Broncos. It's still 4-3.
It is not, and they still have the Spike side across that wall. That wall is doing so well. W Panda just replying to the utility. They know they've got time to move in slow. So fast.
So quick, split second, but still manages to trade. The question is, Mr. Roboto is down to half health, but still holding the op. But Trout with the Marshall is going to get the thrifty for New Mexico.
A beautiful double peek, and Trout coming in clutch with those two. That's the first one for New Mexico on an 8-1. Is this the momentum that they need for a decent turnaround?
Well, they're going to have to last one more round here as Boise State has enough to just buy those ops back. But now with Boise State buying ops, that means we could see 4 ops be brought up for this round. We're going to see at least 2. Yeah, 3 now, I'm counting.
And the rest is full guns. This is truly a last half.
All right, here goes Dreammaker. Going to use his lineup there, throw the dart out. Already gets destroyed, but manages to get a tap out here. But Mr. Roboto with the op manages to take out one of the Broncos. And this is kind of what I was suggesting a little bit earlier. You know, maybe have a better opper on your team to take out Boise State's.
BSU Shell's just a second too late. Might be able to push in, but they've got an intruder. Dreammaker makes too much noise, and he might get caught here.
Frost is just waiting for him to peek that out. It's actually looking the wrong way.
He was watching down tube, and he loses because of it. They lost their imposter behind the lines. They may have spiked down, but a solid wall of Boise State players is on the way. They back off from it and try to play long. Hopefully they've got some lineups, but all they have is a Sage, so I'm not seeing much.
Throws out the ice there.
Dreammaker just checking all the angles. Moves straight in. As the ice clears, he owns the site. He could go for the defuse right now. And it looks like they're going to that wall. Ready to...
They're just going to stick it.
Down. And it's a big...
They do it. But look at Mr. Roboto there.
Skies with the last second no-scope to take it down to a 1-0 with only 36
And that's good because Mr. Roboto is showing so much promise on this op. Just get it away from him. Make him drop it.
Definitely so. I love this defuse bait and switch where she can go up and even under fire of the wall just keep working because we know that Skies is right on top watching over. And just a clean no-scope.
Was that a no-scope or a quick scope?
Or that could be the quickest scope I've ever seen.
I mean, that's just how good they are.
You want to play? Let's play.
Tour de force and knives being burned by New Mexico, but Shells and Dreammaker. Roboto doesn't even get to fire a knife.
Brick wall, it doesn't matter how fast you push, you still get hit.
Gonna throw out the drone here. Silver wildly throwing out shock darts, but the dart hits him, and he is running scared at this point.
It's just intimidation. They don't need to push. They know the on their side. Todd. Skies takes another nasty one and then lines right back up for the point. Shells pushes a little too hard on the reload and falls, but it's not enough. Dreammaker takes so McCallie.
Last round in the half.
Ooh, well, Boise State just... I can see why they won 13... I can see why they won... Oh, what was it? 13-3 last round, the round we didn't get to see? I mean, it looks like it's just more the same this round, so I guess we didn't miss much last round.
Oh,
Just
I'm
picture
sure.
a duplicate of this one.
Well, I don't know. This has been pretty exciting. We've seen some crazy stuff.
Yeah, the chamber is going insane. Shells. But Skies also wants to make some flashy outplays. Is just going to hold down here on yellow.
And Dreammaker with the lineups, and that's consistent Owl. They fall to it every time.
Trying to get the lineup for the shock dart here.
Considering this wall, decides to play off it instead.
Gets
no!
caught in util!
Bad timing. Ice in hand falls, and there's no reply. Panda gets a free one on a Boise State, and they back off for it. Holding that spike in pocket, though, is not getting them in a lot of good position. They've got one deep on A. Some more shots fired, but nothing comes of it. We're going to see Dreammaker keep trying to play against Panda here. While that 1-on-1 ensues, we see a rotation off of A with a wall onto B, but it's all a bait. We see him pushing slowly onto A, or at least considering. The spike changes hands, and they've got a free site to walk onto, but they don't know it. Boise State's Viper turns back around. It's too slow for a B push, so they know there's something on A. And that's the
Now
miss.
that dart's going to confirm it.
Ooh.
Very sneaky. Oh, but they knew where he was. That's a very well-placed shock dart. Viper's Pit now.
Commit to the site with the ice in the Viper's Pit. Panda decides to push in, sees 2, takes some damage onto 1, but it's a 2v5 for Boise State Skies. Looking to even it up, comes on to site with the spike down. Doesn't need to step out. They own the zone. They have this space.
Now just to get one right above the Viper's Pit.
Oh.
He doesn't know they're right there, though. Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
So Roboto takes a free one onto Skies. Shells with an absolute uphill battle here. Has the tour de force, but can't use it. And falls to McCallie in that.
And he used some celebratory ults as well.
Yep.
But still 10-2 for the Broncos.
Indeed. They can either break or hold tonight's record by making those last 3 points.
Yeah, they could do even better than they did the first round.
They could, yeah. Let's see who has a stronger attack or defense on this half.
Well, the Broncos normally in previous rounds, in previous matches, haven't been the best on pistol, but against the University of New Mexico, they've been pretty darn good on the pistol rounds as well.
Moving right into it. A strong push right onto B, but they've got close watch here, and they know that there is. The ice is up. They take it down. Always shoot that ice down. Panda with a good peek. It's not quite in time with Trout, though. Trout sends utility, but this new 2-door setup makes it totally bypassable.
Trying to outplay the Headhunter here. Panda takes, goes down to half health. They're going to get hit with.
Oh.
They do manage to get the hit on the trademark. Trading back and forth with Classics.
Taking Shells was a big one. He was in a good position to take one there. Oh, Dreammaker with a great position. Might catch a real sneaky one. Some aerial play here. He's considering dropping, but he doesn't want to make the noise.
Yes, he does.
There's a free one. Goes for the drop. Oh, and that trick of shooting and dropping at the same time that we saw last year in the VCT, he pulled that out, just in case you didn't catch that.
One enemy remaining.
Panda just doing some bit of cleanup work right now. It's all up to their Sage. Trout's going to get pinched in from both sides here, though.
He's just here to waste time, make some extra noise. Calvin.
Now the Broncos are just 2 away here.
Look at all those hits on a Trout. Trout was so forward in the game that the assist out there was 3 people. That was much more meticulously played. I think that was a better round and a much closer round for New Mexico.
Yeah, no doubt there. They might just be more comfortable on defense here. We'll just have to see how the next few rounds play out. Right now, Boise State already using. Oh, this is the first time I'm seeing a judge, though. So, gonna try to bring out the shotty.
Now we'll try to keep our eyes on the IGL of the Lobos. Might have something tricky.
Oh, but I like the. Okay, Skies already wins my heart by getting the air raid. Look at this. I love it. Just spray right through. Oh, a dash through is going to get punished by Panda, and now he's on the hunt. Oh, no. You had an Aries. Why disappoint me?
so close, but it still shakes down to a 4v2.
And I actually
Spike is
really
down
like
46-8.
this wall placement here. You don't see it every time, but it's such a good combo to use with the plant.
Definitely really tricky. Preventing any kind of rafters push onto this. Shells going to show off the skin right before he takes some people down with it. The Spectre onto the 2. They're not ready. Gets serious damage, and that's enough for setup on a kill. Panda brought down to a 1v1. The reload is off, but it's enough damage to let W Panda take Panda out with no problems, making it a 3K.
Now Boise State is at match point.
Indeed they are. Do you think we're going to see anything tricky? Looks like we're looking at an Ares here.
And we actually see some Bulldogs. Yeah.
Wow, a Guardian switch maybe. Getting fancy. Just hovering things to get us excited.
Yeah. Look at the KDA, though, for Shells, though. Let's just point that out, because this might be the final round we see. It's 17-6-2.
And if you consider this, if this went into overtime, it was a 12-12, but he kept up that, we'd be looking at over a 30 kill.
All right, Boise State is just going to look like they're just going to do a no-nonsense mid-push here.
Ooh. No nonsense, save for a full push into mid-B. And they're doing well. This intimidation is all it takes. First kill and
doesn't
trade.
check.
Serious damage onto both sides. Ooh. Mistimed utility again, and Shells keep pushing in. Wow.
Oh.
Too much trade time.
Yeah.
Yep.
Trying to get a pick here. Oh, well, if there's anyone to do it here, it's going to be Shells.
Fighting an uphill battle, but Spike is already down. All he has to do is defend against 2 people. He's got the advantage of footsteps. He knows where they are. He sees
There's
both of
1
them.
and 2. He gets it!
Around.
What a play by Shells. Definitely MVP for the game. Boise State wins that in convincing fashion. Yeah, I don't need to see the first round. I'll take their word that they won at 13-3, winning this one 13-2, doing even better. And the Broncos move on to the semifinals, ready to play against the top tier teams. So you better fear the Broncos moving on.
Yeah, what a good look for quarterfinals.
Alrighty, well, one of the proud sponsors of Boise State Esports is the Idaho Army National Guard. They bring you the top 5 plays of the game, and they invite you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time. More than 10 jobs offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for. Idaho Army National Guard is one of the best teams to join out there. Reach out to them on Twitch at iGuardGaming. I mean, is there any debate on who the player of the game is going to be?
Way outside the box, and I'm gonna go with Skies just in case.
Okay, just in case production wants to be that cheeky.
They'll do that sometimes.
They will, but how much material was given to the other players here? It's got to be Shells, and definitely it's Shells. Gonna be Clint Shelley. I always like when their gamer tags reflect their name.
Yeah, that is nice. Mr. Shelley himself, there he is, taking some serious shots.
Gim Major, actually from Virginia Beach, Virginia. So clear across the country, but playing like he's right at home. Definitely was right at home here on Icebox. Incredible job. Player of the game brought to you by Idaho Central Credit Union, who believes a great player makes a team more successful. Just like Idaho Central's helping members achieve financial success, Shells is your ICCU player of the game. And if this isn't the chamber that all chambermaids aspire to be.
The model of Chambers. Doing absolutely excellently.
Yeah, it's fun to see Chamber finally get his place in the meta and be able. And this was such a wonderful way to close it out. No turnaround whatsoever from them.
So tragic. But there's no way to communicate that in time.
Sure, yeah. He didn't give enough time for them to communicate. Well, do you have any final thoughts there?
No.
I mean, can you say anything?
Just outplayed. I'm sorry, New Mexico, but that was an intense match.
Well, the Broncos continue on their Mountain West journey for Valorant. We'll see how they do as they move on to semifinals and hopefully for them finals. But that's going to do it for us tonight. We'll leave you the top 5 plays of the game brought to you by the Idaho Army National Guard, like we said earlier. We hope you had a fun time watching. Enjoy your night and enjoy the top 5 plays.